Welcome. As you settle in for the night, let your shoulders drop and your breath slow. Find a comfortable position. Feel the weight of the blankets. Whenever you're ready to drift off, I'll move at an easy pace, with soft detail and simple words. Nothing urgent, nothing sharp. Just a quiet walk through ordinary hours and other times. Tonight, let's quietly explore for small worlds. First, a reed pen beside the Nile, trimmed with a copper blade and fed with soot-black ink. Then a medieval washday at the town ford, where linen meets cold water and ice lie. After that, an Ottoman coffeehouse at closing, when chairs lift and sawdust holds the day's footprints. And at last a maple sugarhouse in late winter, where steam rises like pale silk and tin buckets ping. I'll keep the rhythm slow and steady. We will listen to everyday sounds. We will notice textures under the hand. We will settle into the small habits that held older lives together. If sleep comes, let it come. The stories will continue without asking anything of you. And now, when your mind feels ready, we will begin at a low desk by the river, with a simple tool that waited for daylight, and the hand that warmed it into ink. The morning is blue-white and quiet. In a small room near the river's edge, a reed pen rests on a folded mat. The wall behind it is lime-washed and cool to the touch. On the desk sits a limestone palette with two shallow wells, dark circles rubbed smooth by years of use. Beside it lies a little cake of black ink made from soot and gum. A tiny pot of red pigment waits for headings and seals. The air carries the faint sweetness of gum and the clean, damp scent of papyrus fiber. This is a gentle hour. Birds pick their notes along the bank. Sandals murmur over stone outside. The clerk arrives and kneels at the low desk. He turns the reed in his fingers, feeling the lightness of it, noting the cut of the tip. He trims it with a small copper blade. The slice is soft, a whisper against the reed. He reshapes the nib and tests a line on a shard of broken pottery. The stroke is thin and even. He nods without haste. The pen drinks water from a clay cup. Then the soot cake softens, and black returns to life. He draws the first line of the day. A neat stroke. Another. The reed glides. Papyrus gives a faint, dry hiss like distant sand. He writes the date in signs learned by heart. He writes the name of the storehouse. He writes a number for grain that moved yesterday, and a number to be checked today, and a small red mark to call the later. In this place and time, red ink is for headings, cautions, and sacred names, a practice that may seem unusual today, but was common across temple and office work in Egypt. The two colors keep order. Black says the main thing. Red points and frames. Light climbs up the wall. The room warms by a finger's width. An apprentice steps in and sets down a wet cloth, freshly wrung at the jar outside. The cloth carries cool river scent. He does not speak. He knows that morning lines prefer silence. The clerk lifts the cloth now and then to touch the palette, keeping it balanced between wet and dry. Too much water, and the line will blur. Too little, and the nib will scratch. These small judgments fill the first hour. The pen itself remembers a different sound. It was once a reed in the marsh, with summer wind inside it. It grew in a bed where frogs called, and the river's skin flashed with light. Cut in late season, it dried in bundles beneath a roof. A hand split it carefully. Another hand planed the shank. Another shaped the nib, chewing and combing the tip to make fine fibers that behave like a brush. In this land, tools often pass through many hands before they settle on a desk. The clerk lifts the papyrus sheet. He weighs it by feel. Papyrus is not just paper, it is plant and water pressed into a thin, resilient skin. Strips were laid into crossing layers, pounded, and dried in the sun. The surface is slightly ridged. The pen glides along the horizontal grain. The clerk's grip is light. He does not clutch. The reed rewards calm hands with calm lines. In a side note of thought, he recalls how often elders say the same thing: a good line begins in the shoulder, not the fingers. Outside, a cart stops. Ropes creak. The office door opens to the yard. Men call numbers in the shade. Grain sacks are stacked like small hills. Each one carries a mark burned or painted on its side, linking it to a field and a family. The clerk does not leave his mat. His work is to catch the mountain in marks that the eye can read later. This is hidden labor in its own way. The grain will be eaten, brewed, and counted again when loaves leave the oven. But the strokes he sets down are the quiet route the grain travels on paper. He pauses to turn to a fresh sheet. He takes a straw brush and dusts the surface. No sound but a light rasp. He writes the name of a village upstream. He writes a measure of barley in heaped baskets. He writes how much will be paid in deer and how much in bread for the men who ferried it. To us, these units may feel strange hecats, car baskets, and jars that lived in hands rather than on decimals. In the New Kingdom, measures fit the body. A jar is as heavy as a shoulder will carry. A basket is as wide as 2 forearms can circle. The apprentice returns with a small jar of clean water. He places it by the desk, and the clerk thanks him without turning. The boy leans near the doorway where the light is best and copies a column of characters from an old letter. His reed is shorter. His lines wobble. He whispers the sounds under his breath, tasting them as he writes. In this culture, writing is a craft learned slowly, from copying, from repetition, from the feel of line after line. A teacher might say, as the papyrus drinks, "So will your hand." The boy smiles at his own progress. A breeze slips through the room. The little flames on 2 oil lamps tremble. They are not needed now, but they stand ready for a cloudy day or an early dusk. Vessels in the corner hold extra rolls of papyrus tied with flax string. On a shelf sit a wooden pallet with 2 circular wells, a small red stone for rubbing pigment, and a cluster of spare reeds in different widths. Each reed writes with its own voice. One makes a hairline curve. One lays down a bold, dark trail. Another makes a soft body for the red. The clerk writes a personal name with care. Names deserve respect. He slows slightly. The nib lifts and returns, lifts and returns. A fly taps the window frame. The room breathes. He thinks of the river. He thinks of the father who taught him to cut reeds so that the inner pith stays firm. He thinks of a teacher saying, "A smooth hand spares your reed." There is a calm pride here, but it is quiet and private. Most days, the work is simply to keep the lines straight and the numbers honest. By mid-morning, the black wells thin. He dips the tip into water again, barely touching the surface, and stirs the soot cake until a gloss returns. Then he wakes the red. Red is made from earth and stone iron, rich and warm. He adds headings to the page. Short marks. A sign to show where one account begins and another ends. In temple and court records, red is also for divine names, but here the red is practical. It guides the eye. A low knock comes from the yard. A messenger enters with a clay seal pressed against a string-tied roll. The seal holds a small bull's head. The messenger bows with 2 fingers to the forehead. The clerk bows back and sets the roll on the desk with the seal facing up. He notes the sign and its owner in a small list kept for such marks. Seals are the signatures of goods and people in this time. They travel where their owners may not. The clay is cool and faintly damp. He sets the roll aside to open later, when hands are fully dry. The apprentice brings a little tray. Flatbread. A wedge of goat cheese. A date split to show its seed. A small cup of beer, pale and mild, as thin as morning soup. Meals for clerks are simple, eaten quietly. He wipes his fingers before he returns to the sheet. Oil from food can disturbing. This gentle pause is the day's hinge. The boy sits on the threshold to eat his own piece of bread. The river sends a bright ripple up the white wall. After the break, the clerk changes posture. He pulls the mat a hand's width closer to the wall so his back rests against cool plaster. He selects a finer reed for compact notes. He copies a list from an older roll that needs renewal. Papyrus wears with handling. Renewal is not only a matter of time, it is a matter of touch. He reads, he decides, he condenses. He adds a new line for a farmer's son who now stands in his father's place. Many records are family-shaped. The marks move, but the names stay. A soft scratch at the doorway. A woman from the yard holds a small jar of honey to pay for a note she requested last week, a letter drafted for a cousin downstream. The clerk accepts the jar and records it in a margin list of small payments, honey, salt, a little oro. In this period, money exists, but barter still threads daily exchanges. He writes a brief receipt in black with a red dot to close the line. The woman's bracelets hush against each other as she turns to go. Sun slips a bit higher. Heat gathers in the yard. The clerk moves a basket to shade the ink. He knows the texture of trouble. When the palette dries to fast, stubby lines appear. He watches for them. He guards the smoothness of the writing the way a potter guards the slow evenness of a fire. He shifts weight in his hips, feeling the floors packed her through the mat. He stretches his fingers. He rolls the reed between thumb and second finger, a habit learned to keep the nib flexible. On the wall a little scrap is pinned, a line of a hymn copied for practice. May the river rise to right measure. He glances at it. The river rules everything here. If it rises well, granaries fill. If it rises poorly, numbers on rolls grow thin and worried. He makes no drama of this thought. It is a quiet fact that sits beside the ink and the day. He comes to the end of the sheet. He blocks a dot of excess with a strip of linen. He breathes out. He lays the pen across the palette so the tip hangs free and does not clog. He aligns the new sheet with the edge of the desk. He sets down the first sign at the same steady pace. The room remains simple and steady. Footsteps pass and fade. The river glints just out of sight. The reed pen, once a stalk in the wind, now carries a thin river of black across pale plant flesh. It does not hurry. It does not tire when handled kindly. In this place, the work is not to hurry. It is to keep a good line. By late morning, light has softened from white to warm straw. The clerk sets the finished sheet aside to dry and smooths a new one with the flat of his palm. The papyrus answers with a papery murmur, like dry grass stroked once with the wind. He chooses the same reed, now just slightly more pliant. The nib, still sharp from its dawn trimming, spreads ink evenly. He adds a quiet heading in red, then returns to black, letting the contrast guide the eye down the column. Outside, the yard stirs. A donkey stamps and settles. Rope slides against wood. 2 men carry in a narrow chest made of sycamore fig. The chest smells faintly of sap and dust. It holds small weights for the scale, stone pieces shaped like ducks and lions, smooth from many hands. The clerk notes their arrival in a side ledger. He uses neat, short lines, each closing with a tiny tick. In this place, ticks and dots soothe the mind the way knots do on a net. They mark completion in a language the hand understands. He pauses and resets the palette. The black well has deepened to the right thickness, glossy but not slick. He draws a simple map in the margin, a line for the canal, a square for the granary, a dot for the gate. Not art, only guidance. He will use it when he walks the yard after noon to check tallies. In the New Kingdom, many clerks worked between desk and threshold. They wrote a few lines, they looked, they returned to write again. Records gathered like reeds in a bundle slender, many all aligned. The apprentice moves closer now, sitting at a low stool with his own scrap. His reed is shorter and softer. He practices the numbers for measures of grain. 1 stroke dot to dot 3. He says them under his breath as simple sounds, pacing the breath with the line. This sing-song may seem childish today, yet it was common practice then. Sound steadies the hand. The clerk lets the song continue. The room keeps the rhythm, but never demands it. A woman enters with a small basket of onions and green shoots to ask for a note confirming a debt paid in kind. She waits by the doorpost, eyes lowered. The clerk nods and pulls a narrow strip of papyrus from a bundle. Not all writing needs a full sheet. He tries the red first, laying a heading for paid, then writes the name of the lender, the amount, and the date, finishing with a simple loop that means witnessed. He adds a seal space, a blank circle where clay will sit. He reads the note aloud once evenly, to be sure the words match the intent. The woman bows. The basket scent lingers, green and mild, then fades into the room's clean dryness. On the desk, a small box holds 2 scarab seals. 1 bears a feather of moth. 1 bears a fish. The feather belongs to the office used for receipts and inventory. The fish belongs to a steward who visits twice each moon. Seals are pressed into damp clay that is tied onto rolls with cord or linen strip. The clerk opens the box and checks the edges of the scarabs, feeling for chips. None. He returns them, as if returning small sleeping animals to a bed. He reaches for a wooden tallied board, an old, narrow slat with soot-darkened face. With a wetted fingertip he draws a column, then lays down marks for sacks counted in the yard. These boards are wiped and used again. When something does not need to live forever, it can live a day. For writing that must last, papyrus. For writing that must pass, wood or a pottery shard. A broken potter collect quick drafts, lessons, small jokes, lists for the cook. One shard by his foot holds the apprentice's attempt at a proverb. The lines wobble, tender and exact in their effort. The clerk adjusts his linen kilt. The cloth is soft from washing and sun. A thin cord girds it. He wears a simple amulet on a braided thread, the sort a mother gives for a child to carry into grown work. His skin holds the faint sheen of oil rubbed on before dawn balanos or castor, a thin layer against dry air. The scent is light and clean. The apprentice smells of rush mat and river water. He begins a new account, deliveries and issue of barley to bakers. He writes the names of 3 ovens. He writes numbers for flour ground, with a small note about stones turned today at the mill. The upper stone gives a slightly rougher meal after many weeks. He makes a second note for chaff and brine used for animals. In modern kitchens we count by cups and spoons. Here the hand counts by scoops and baskets, by how a measure sits in the arm. A hecate, a basket, a car, many of them. He marks these signs as if placing small containers on a shelf. A boy from the yard passes the doorway and leaves a coil of cord on the threshold. The cord is new, braided from flax fibers. One end is fused with a drop of gum so that will not fray. The clerk runs his fingers along it and measures by spans of his hand, 1, 2, 3. He notes it in a minor list of supplies. Cords seal rolls, bind sacks, measure distances short enough to be remembered. Sometimes he ties a knot into one when a thought must be carried from desk to yard. He trims the reed just a whisper on the copper blade, sheathing the nib to restore its narrow breadth. Reed pens are patient, but in return they ask for quick care. A small cut now saves many rough strokes later. He smooths the tip lightly on the papyrus edge, a gesture as everyday as licking a fingertip to turn a page in our time. Then he writes a letter for a worker who cannot write, to send to his sister in a village upstream. The man waits in the shade, cap in hand. The letter is simple. It says he is well, that work is steady, that he will come at the new moon if the foreman allows. The clerk reads it back, line by line. The man smiles with his eyes and presses a thumb into a lump of clay, which the clerk marks with the office seal to make it true. A low hum enters the room, the wheel of a hand mill turning in some courtyard nearby. Grain becomes Nile. The sound is a round, sandy whisper that keeps time even for those who do not see it. A pigeon speaks once and stops. A fly tastes the lamp rim, then leaves. The day sits upright, serene. He turns to the stack of completed pages and rolls them, writing a brief title in red on the outermost layer. Titles are short: barley issue, month 2, weights arrived, duck form, cord coil, long. He ties each roll with a single turn of cord and touches the knot with a dot of clay. He presses the mott feather seal and lifts it straight up so the edges stay crisp. The impression shows feather lines so fine that dust may hide in them. He sets the rolls upright in a clay jar, mouth covered with a linen cap to keep out grit. Before noon the steward arrives, a quiet man with a wool fringe at his shoulder, more for status than warmth. He sits on the mat's corner without shoes and examines a page. He points once. The clerk answers by drawing a small diagram of sacks in the yard. showing a rearrangement to keep them clear of damp. The steward nods. Their exchange is without hurry and almost without speech. This is collaboration by line and gesture. The apprentice watches and learns the posture of it, the way look up and reply make a rhythm like paddling. When the steward leaves, the clerk stretches his legs in the doorway and squints toward the river. Boats slip past with hide papyrus bundles. A pole touches bottom. The heave of it moves through the poleman's arms in a slow, sure wave. The clerk notices how the movement echoes a line drawn well. Pressure, glide, release. He does not make a lesson of it. The body knows. He returns to the desk for a small repair. One older roll shows a crack along its outer turn, the place that must flex each time it is opened. He smooths a thin paste of gum and water along the inside and lays a narrow strip of papyrus over it, fibers crossing the roll zone. He presses lightly with the flat of his thumbnail. This quiet mending adds years to the life of a record. In an age before bindings, care is the difference between a page that speaks tomorrow and one that breaks in the hand. A faint click from the doorway. The apprentice has finished copying his numbers and now practices a line from a wisdom text. He whispers, the scribe's palate is his food and drink. He smiles, shy at being heard. The clerk says only again, and the boy writes the same line 3 more times, the last smoother than the first. Repetition may feel dull to an impatient mind, but here it is a settled road that leads from clumsy to clear. The shade in the room shortens. The world outside grows bright enough to push a thin line of light across the floor. The clerk sets the reed aside to rest. He rubs the joints of his hand, not to cure pain, there is none, but to keep the fingers supple. He lifts the water cup and wets the edge of the palette again, no more than a drop. Black wakes at the touch, this time with a soft sheen that tells him it is ready for fine marks. Before the meal, he reviews a last task, to tally the jars of beer issued to workers in the yard. He draws a small circle for each jar, filling each with a dot as it leaves the store. The page gathers these circles like seeds in an orderly field. In this office, pictures still live inside numbers. Counting is not separate from seeing. It is seeing in a row. He stops, breathes, and lets the pen rest on its little mat. Noon approaches, and the air is heavy with quiet warmth. In another room, someone laughs once, low and quick, and then the sound folds itself away like a page rolled and tied. Noon arrives in a soft, slow way. The light in the room shifts from bright to honey. Warmth folds into the plaster walls. The clerk sets the reed down on its little mat and closes his eyes for the length of 2 breaths. The apprentice waits, hands folded outside. The river keeps its thin, silver talk with the bank. They share a simple meal. Flatbread cooled on a woven tray. A small bowl of beans with garlic and oil. A twist of salted fish. A cup of mild beer, thinner than soup and safer than warm river water. They eat without hurry. There is no rush here. Eating is a pause between 2 neat columns of marks. The boy dips a corner of bread and smiles at the taste. The clerk smiles back, but keeps silent so the room can remain steady. After the meal, the clerk checks the palate. The black has thickened under the heat. He wets a fingertip and strokes a single drop into the well. He touches the red cake too, letting the color wake with a faint earthy smell. He lifts the reed and tests a thin line on a pottery shard. Clean. He trims one hair wheat from the nib with the copper knife. The slice makes almost no sound, like a thought being adjusted. Now it is time to walk the yard. He takes the narrow tallied board and a short length of cord. He tucks an ostrakhan, one broken piece of jar, into his belt. It is a quick slate for temporary numbers. He nods to the apprentice. "Fan the palette," he says gently. The boy picks up a palm leaf fan and gives it a slow, careful motion now and then to keep flies away and dust from settling. The yard opens wide and bright. Sacks stand in ordered rows, each tied with a twist of cord and sealed with a thumb of clay. The clay is imprinted with signs from many hands: a fish, a feather, a crosshatch, a small sun. Chaff glitters in the air where sunlight enters. It glides and falls like tiny moths. Men rest in the shade of the wall, legs stretched. A donkey breathes a long, sweet breath and lowers its head. The clerk walks the rows. He counts softly, touching each sack with the flat of his palm. The cloth is rough under his skin, warm at the top, and cool along the base where the shade lies. He marks the tally board, short lines in groups. 1, 2, 3, 4, then a fifth that crosses the others. A simple fence of marks. This is an old habit, older than ink. It calms the mind. He stops at the scale. The beam hangs from a wooden frame. Two bronze pans face each other like shallow moons. A man wipes one pan with a linen square, brushing away dust. The sycamore chest of weights sits open. He lifts a duck-shaped weight. Its head is smooth from generations of fingers. He sets it onto the pan, then adds a smaller lion-shaped weight to prove the beam. The pointer rests at center. The line through the middle is straight. "True," he says in a low voice. When a sack is opened for measure, the smell rises like warm grain and dry straw. A clerk in many places knows this scent. It means work and food and steadiness. The scoop goes in, then out, then into a jar marked for issue. He notes each jar on the ostrakhan, a row of circles, filling each with a dot as it leaves the pan. Later, these circles will become numbers on papyrus. For now they live on clay, and that is enough. He notices small things and says them softly to the foreman. "Shift that row out of the damp. Raise the bottom sack on a plank. Tie that cord once more. In this climate, small care saves much. A corner that touches wet earth will soften a seam. A cord that loosens will invite hands at night. None of this is urgent. It is common knowledge shaped by sun and season." The foreman nods and moves with deliberate. A boy drags a plank. Another ties a second knot. A pair of geese wander in with mild authority, pecking at fallen green. They belong to someone and also to everyone. The clerk watches them cross a beam of light. Their pale bellies glow gold for a moment. Then they step into shade and become simple birds again. He records the last measure and writes a small note on the ostrakhan, "Return with cord." To spans, this is not poetry. It is practical memory. He slides the shard back into his belt. At the far wall, jars stand cool in a shallow trench, half-buried mouths sealed with linen caps in play. A thin crust of salt outlines one cap where beer brewed as it settled. He presses a finger to the edge. Checking the seal, Sound hears muted. Earth and clay hush the air. Even his own breath feels quiet. He walks back inside. The threshold shade feels like water. The apprentice is still at the desk, keeping the flies off with lazy sweeps of the fan. The palette gleams. The reed lies ready. The clerk washes his hands in a small basin and dries them on a linen strip that hangs near the door. Ink prefers clean fingers. Oil and dust are the enemies of a smooth line. He unrolls a fresh sheet of papyrus and smooths it with his palm. He writes from the ostrakhan to the page. Circles become numbers. Numbers become words. Words become a record that will be read next week, next month, perhaps years from now if someone wants to know how many jars left the yard on a warm day at mid-river. In our time, this might seem like too much care for small things. But in his world, small things kept true hold the big things steady. He pauses to add a red heading and a small sign for the scale. He draws a tiny beam with two pans, simple as a child's sketch. It will help a tired eye later. He writes slowly enough to keep his breathing even. He lifts the reed between strokes to let ink settle. He lays it down again with the same small kindness. The apprentice begins to copy a proverb onto a clean shard. He mutters as he writes, "Better a reed that listens than a knife that talks." It is a line the old teachers love to give. It has many meanings depending on where you set it. For a scribe, it is simple advice. Feel the page before you write. The clerk does not correct him. The line sits well in the room. A man arrives at the threshold. He is a potter from the lane near the kilns. He asked for a simple receipt to show that he delivered firewood as promised. He places a small bundle of twigs on the floor to show the kind. The clerk writes it on a narrow strip. So and so gave such and such weight of wood, the day of the north wind, to the kiln. He adds a little red dot and the feather seal. The potter smiles and says that the wind makes the fire draw well. The clerk nods. He knows very little of kilns, but he knows wind. In many trades, people know each other's weather even if they do not know each other's tools. He turns to a small repair on the reed. He slides the nib gently across the smooth edge of the limestone palette, not to cut, but to polish. The fibers align. The tip will make cleaner curves again. He tests with a single, thin spiral on the scrap. It is not a flourish for show. It is a soft check, a circle without corners to catch, a line that proves even flow. Afternoon stretches. The sound of millstones returns lower now like distant bees. Somewhere, cloth is beaten on stone by the river winnin'. Each strikes paste like footsteps. Soft voices from the lane tell a story without words. The heat leans, then eases. A thin shadow from the window frame moves across the desk like a ruler marking slow time. He copies a short hymn into a little roll for the steward's home. The steward requested it weeks ago for a private moment of thanks. The words speak of the river rising the right amount, neither too high nor too low. A small cultural note floats through the clerk's mind. In this land, religion is not a separate box. It is woven into measure and meal and the way doors face the morning light. He writes the lines in black and the divine name in red, not with drama, only with quiet care. This two-color habit will one day be called rubrication in other languages. Here it is simply how things are done. He oils the roller rod of a storage jar with a drop from a small bottle. The rod turns more easily, and the cap will seat without rubbing the linen thin. Little maintenance prevents big losses. This is a truth in many ages. He notes on his supply list that the oil is half gone. Later, someone will trade for more with a fisherman or a traveler from the Fayum. The apprentice brings the small jar with morning sealed letter. The clay around the cord has dried. The clerk opens it now by cracking the seal with his thumbnail, careful to keep the impression of the bull's head whole. He reads the note. It reports a shipment that will arrive at the next moon. He nods, writes a tiny token on the margin to show the letter is answered, and places it face down with a reed over it. This is his quiet way to mark tasks that are complete. Face up is for things still awake. He reaches for a thin shell kept in a tray. He uses it to burnish the edge of a newly rolled page, smoothing any roughness so it will not snag when unrolled later. This is a small joy. The shell hums against the papyrus in a way that only the hand can hear. It is the sound of a page. Becoming friendly, the sun begins to lean west. Shadows lengthen across the floor like long cloth being pulled. The air cools just enough to lift a tiny shiver from the skin. He lights one oil lamp and sets the wick low, not for gloom, only to be ready. The flame makes a little leaf of light that trembles and then steadies. The room smells faintly of sesame and soot. He writes the last line of the account he began after the yard walk. He draws a small closing mark. It is a curl he has used for years. It feels like a door softly shut. He blows once across the page. The ink dulls from wet shine to soft black. He does not touch it. He lets the air do the last bit of work. He ties the roll with a loose cord for now, no clay yet, because more pages may join it tomorrow. He places it upright in the jar and writes a short tag for the mouth, a thin slip with the heading in red. He slides the tag under the linen cap. The jar looks like all the others. The little red word will guide the hand that searches later. As afternoon leans toward evening, he straightens the reed bundle, aligns the knife with the palette, and sets the fan by the wall. The apprentice sweeps a slow, single line across the floor. Dust follows the straw brush and settles again in calmer shapes. The day is still busy, but it feels gentler now, as if the air itself is exhaling. Late light enters the room at an angle. It lays a pale letter across the floor. The steps move slowly, one hand's width at a time. The plaster keeps a cool heart though the day has been warm. A single oil lamp burns low on the desk. Its wick leans like a reed in a breeze. The flame is steady. The air smells of sesame gum and dry plant fiber. The clerk rinses the nib in a drop of water. He touches the tip to a folded corner of linen. The reed rests for a breath, then wakes again. He reaches for a narrow strip of papyrus. On it he will list small issues of beer, bread, and salt for the men who shifted sacks at midday. He draws circles for jars. He draws little bread loaves as short ovals. This is not art. It is a language of reminders. In this time, pictures and numbers live side by side. A circle with a dot inside means gone out, a blank circle still to go. The eye knows at once. The apprentice sits close with his own chart. He copies a line from a wisdom text. Do not hurry the hand, he whispers the words. He breathes with the strokes. The clerk watches the posture. Elbow soft. Wrist floating. Fingers light. He moves the boy's thumb a finger width lower on the reed. The line grows smoother at once. The boy glances up, pleased but quiet. In this craft praise is light and rare. Guidance travels by touch and small changes. On the shelf rests a small, round stone bowl. In it lies black pigment, dry as ash. The clerk crushes a flake with the back of the copper blade and draws a trickle of clean water from a jar. He stirs the mix until it turns smooth as cream. Soot ink is a gentle substance. It sits on the surface of papyrus and does not bite in. That is why a mistake can sometimes be lifted with a damp cloth. Iron-based inks will come into common use much later. For now, black is smoke and gum, simple and patient. He wakes the red too. Its smell is faintly earthy, like warm dust after rain. Red divides. Red points. Red honors names and beginnings. He adds a modest heading at the top of a fresh sheet. 2 words only, but they make a doorway for the eye. In our books today, we might use bold or a larger size. Here, red is the sign that says, "Start here." Outside, footsteps pass on the lane. A woman's voice asks after a cousin. A boy answers. The wall makes all speech soft. The river offers a single, silver sound, and then grows quiet again. Distant geese comment to no one in particular. A small moth makes a slow, clumsy circuit near the lamp, and then settles on the wall where the plaster is warm. The clerk opens the narrow chest of weights. He counts them back into order and turns each over to check the base. The little duck, the lion, the flat disc with a faint ring cut into it. He notes a tiny chip on one edge. He scratches a brief remark on an ostrakhan so the steward can have it repaired. The chip does not ruin the weight, but small faults grow if left alone. His list-making is a kind of quiet gardening of objects. He reaches for a string tag. He writes a tidy label in red for the jar that now holds today's beer she records. He threads the tag under the cap. He draws a light line across the tag's edge with black to show which direction to pull when someone needs it. These little signals are small gifts to a future hand. Many offices across time share this habit. Help the next person before you leave. The apprentice brings a water cup. He sets it down by the lamp. The light passes through the clay and becomes a warm oval on the desk. The clerk drinks and then rubs the ridge at the base of his thumb with the knuckle of his other hand. Not because of pain, only to keep the joint awake. He flicks a few reed fibers from the nib and trims a sliver away. The copper blade is not sharp in the way of razors, but it is keen enough. The slice whispers like silk. A messenger returns for the receipt written earlier. The clay seal is set. The feather sign sits clean in the round. The man bows, receives it, and goes. The clerk watches the seal leave and thinks, as he often does, that clay can be a traveler's voice. Seals move where owners cannot. They carry trust in their small, quiet bodies. He takes up a thin shell from a tray. With it he burnishes the outer edge of a newly rolled page. The shell hums softly on the plant surface. Burnishing makes the roll less likely to snag when opened later. It is a touch of hospitality for the future, like sweeping the threshold before a guest arrives. He sets the roll upright in the jar, mouth capped tag in place. A breeze finds the doorway. The lamp flame bows and then stands. The reed's shadow slips along the pallet, narrow and black. The clerk turns his mind to the small letter opened earlier. He drafts an answer. He keeps the senses plain. He names the item. He names the date by moon and season. He names the person to receive. In scribal practice here, clarity outranks beauty, though beauty comes as a byproduct of calm hands. He seals the roll with a dot of clay and presses the feather again. The impression is crisp and light. He sets the roll face up until the clay hardens. Outside, on a distant wall, a sundial throws a short, blunt wedge of shadow. In Egypt, time can be read on stone, on water, and on light. There are water clocks in some places, bowls with small holes that count drips with steady patience. Not every office has one. Here, the clerk reads time on the floor and on his own breath. Afternoon becomes evening without a bell. The apprentice asks a question with his eyes. The clerk nods toward a practice sheet. They will copy numbers arranged by tens and hundreds. The boy draws a coil for 100. He draws a heel bone sign for a 10. He draws a simple line for 1. He lines them up, largest to smallest. This way of writing amounts can feel odd to a modern mind used to place value. Yet the body understands it at once, big shapes first, then small. It is like setting jars in a row. For a brief moment, the clerk lifts his eyes from the page and listens. He hears the river breathing dark. He hears a cartwheel knock once against a stone. He hears the lightest rustle as a lizard explores the cool base of the wall. These tiny sounds are not distractions. They are the room's own script, written in air. He reads them without effort and returns to his line. He unrolls an older record to copy a portion into a new form. The old roll bears the sheen of many hands. He weights its curling edge with a small stone so it will behave. He writes with extra care now because copying is a test of attention. Eyes, hand, and mouth work together. He whispers each set of signs before he lays them down. Scribes in many ages do this. Quiet voice keeps the line anchored to meaning. A thought passes like a cloud. The pen he holds was once living reed, green and wet. It leaned in wind and drank the flood. Now it carries other floods, grain, beer, wages across a page. He treats it with respect. At intervals he rests the nib, rinses it, and smooths it so the fibers will live longer. A good reed can serve through many dawns if kept from dryness and dirt. The apprentice brings a small brush plucked from chewed reed pith. He uses it to lift a faint smudge where his sleeve brushed the red. The mark fades. The clerk nods. Good, he says, not loud. Corrections are part of the day. They are not shameful. They are simple maintenance. Like oiling a door pin or straightening a rope. He adds a tiny note in the margin about damp found near the north wall of the granary. He writes, planks added. Check after dark. He plans a short walk with a lamp before he leaves. Night air can change how walls feel. Cool pulls water out of earth. In this climate, a wall is also a slow breathing thing. The note will remind him to listen with his hand. The lamp's oil lowers. He tips a little more from a jar. The wick makes a small, satisfied sound. The flame neither flares nor fades. He moves the lamp closer to the left so his hand does not cast a heavy shadow across the line. He keeps his posture open. He keeps his breath even. He keeps his senses short. Outside, someone passes singing a small, repetitive melody that could be a child's game or a boatman's timing call softened by distance. The song is almost nothing. It holds the same notes again and again, like waves that do not care to count. The clerk's hand follows that calm. He writes a final heading in red to close the day's main account. He draws the familiar curl that means finished. He lays the reed down, not on bare stone, but on its folded mat. He wipes the nib. He turns the knife's edge on a scrap of papyrus to keep it honest. He places the palette where the fan can reach it but not tip it. He looks once around the room. The shell lies where it should. The spare reeds stand with their tips up, not down. The jar caps sit tight. The cord rests in a neat loop, not a knot. Order here is not stiffness. It is a soft arrangement to welcome tomorrow. Just before full dark, he takes the lamp and walks the short path to the yard. The air outside has cooled and smells faintly of wet clay. He touches the north wall with his palm. The plaster is cool, but not damp. He checks the raised row of sacks. All clear? A small beetle crosses the path, dragging a thread like a tiny cord. He steps around it. Back inside, he leaves the lamp by the door for a moment and stands in the middle of the room. He breathes once, long and unforced. He listens to the silence the way one listens to a page after the last word. The apprentice waits by the threshold, reed in hand, careful not to speak first. The clerk nods. The day is ready to close. Night gathers slowly like ink pulled across a wide page. The last stripe of sun leaves the floor. The oil lamp holds a small, steady leaf of light. A cool line of air slips under the door and rises along the wall. The room answers with the faintest creak from reed mat and shelf. The clerk prepares the desk for sleep. He lifts the pallet and lets a drop of clean water soften anything that would harden overnight. He tips the wells and draws the last trace of ink into the corner, where it will dry as a smooth cake, ready to wake again with moisture. He rinses the reed in a separate cup, then touches the tip to a folded scrap of linen until no gray shines. The nib looks pale and clean, its fibers neat from earlier trimming. He lays the reed across a tiny cradle made from a curled strip of papyrus. Tips must not rest against stone, he once learned. Dry stone wicks away life. The apprentice sweeps once more with the straw brush. The sound is a quiet, sandy line from door to wall and back again. He gathers the sweepings in his hand, dust to reed fibers, a tiny papyrus splinter. He opens his palm so the clerk can see that the floor is clean. The clerk nods. In their practice, proof is small and physical. A clean floor seals the day as surely as a clay stamp seals a roll. They check the jars. The clerk presses each linen cap with 2 fingers, feeling the coolness and the give. He adjusts a string label that slid to one side. He straightens the tag for barley issue, month 2. He enjoys the small exactness of a tag aligned with the jar's mouth. It is not fussy. It is a courtesy to morning eyes. He raises one jar to the shelf and leaves another below, making a shape he will remember at once when he enters tomorrow. A gecko taps at the wall near the lamp, then goes still. Its skin matches the plaster, dusty and soft. The apprentice looks and smiles. He returns the copper knife to its wooden sleeve. He turns the sleeve so the blade faces away from the hand that might reach for it without looking. Small safety learned from elders. They say, put every edge to sleep. They sit together on the threshold for a few breaths. The yard is blue. The river is a darker blue, almost black, except where starlight stitches the surface. A boat passes far out with a low murmur of voices. The clerk's shoulders loosen. The apprentice's feet shift inside their sandals until they find a comfortable pattern. Silence fills easily between them. They have shared hours of line and number. Words can rest now. Back inside, the clerk pulls a narrow roll from a jar and writes a closing line for the day. It is a simple sentence, the shape of a period drawn in words. Counts made, seals true, chords set. No flourish. No praise. Just the three things that matter at dusk. He writes the date sign and draws the little curl he always uses to end a page. To someone else, the curl is a mark among marks. To him, it is the last small door closing with a soft sound. He thinks for a moment about the status of his craft. People greet him in the lane with respect not given to most laborers. The pallet wood with 2 wells hangs at times like a small badge at his belt, and that badge opens doors. Scribes are valued here not because of poetry or court speeches, but because grain, and wood and pots and wages require careful sight. This may feel strange to us today when numbers move invisibly. In his time, writing is a visible tool, like a scale or a plumb line. It makes straight what might otherwise drift. He warns the nib in his fingers. Not for use now, but to be sure no damp hides in the fibers. He breathes on it once. His breath carries a trace of oil and grain and lamp smoke. The reed knows these scents as part of its life. He lays it in its cradle again and places the cradle on a folded square of cloth. The cloth is lightly scented with gum. He learned this trick from an older scribe. A hint of gum in the cloth discourages splitting. The apprentice brings a small practice roll. On it he has written in careful, separated signs, "Do not hurry the hand." The words stand straighter than they did in the afternoon. The clerk places a dot of red at the left margin. Good, he says, which for him is a long word. He tells the boy to copy the line once more before sleep. Not 10 times. Not until the hand tires. Just once, so the body can end the day with a neat stroke. They talk a little, still quiet. The boy asks if the river will rise, as the hymn requests. The clerk says the river will do as it will, and that the walls will tell them early. Walls darken at their feet when water sits in the earth. They will watch the wall. This is not anxiety. It is normal attention, like noticing where the lamp drafts. In this climate, listening to walls and air is as ordinary as reading a line of ink. He hangs the damp cloth by the door so wind can find it. He places the straka used today in a shallow bowl. Some shards will be wiped tomorrow and used again for practice. A few with stubborn ink will go to the yard for marking piles or doors. Nothing here has only one. Life. Before putting out the lamp, he mends a small tear in the edge of a storage bag with a few flax stitches. He uses a bone needle that fits the hand like a familiar tool. It is the kind of quiet fix that goes unseen in stories, yet it keeps runes and records saying. He knots the thread and rubs the knot with a touch of gum to keep it from creeping. He sets the bag aside with the needle pushed once through the cloth so it will be found quickly later. He lifts the lamp and walks to the jars one more time. With the back of his finger he draws a small arc on each linen cap. The gesture is not a sign in any official sense. It is his own way of telling his mind that what must be kept is kept. He blows softly across the caps and watches the linen settle. Breath is part of many tasks, here to soften ink, to cool a page, to close a day. The apprentice has already wrapped his reed in a scrap and set it by the wall. He stands by the door, waiting to carry the lamp home. He lives close by with an aunt. His sandals look large on his thin feet. He will grow into them. A scribe's feet need comfort as much as a scribe's fingers do. Many hours are spent seated, but the small walks to yard, granary, and key add up to long miles across years. The clerk ties the room with one last act. He places the copper knife on the pallet's far side. The knife starts the day, the pen finishes it. That order helps the morning mind. He closes the shutter to a hand's width, enough for air, not enough for small creatures with curious hands. He lifts the lamp, lowers the wick, and watches the flame shrink to a bead, then a seed, then a dark that is not empty but full of rest. Outside, night opens. The lane feels cool on the skin. The stars are steady. The river's low talk continues, a constant undercurrent that carries every day forward. They walk without hurry. The apprentice tells a short story about a goose that stole a date from a basket. The clerk listens. He smiles once in profile, where only the boy can see. They part at the corner with a simple word, tomorrow. In his house, he sets the lamp on a small stand and washes his hands in a bowl. The water is cool. He dries them on a linen cloth that carries the faint scent of sun. He eats a little more bread and a fig and drinks a last sip of beer. He sits near the doorway where a breeze moves. He thinks, not with intensity, more with a soft drift, of the reed lying on the desk, the shell in its tray, the jars lined and labeled like calm little pillars. He recites silently a verse of thanks for safe work and for tools that behave. Sleep comes early for those who keep sun hours. The city quiets by degrees. A night watchman pauses with a staff that taps stone once per stretch of lane. He is more sound than figure. The clerk listens, then lets the sound fall away. He sleeps without ceremony. His dreams are plain, a column of circles becoming jars, a feather pressed into clay, a reed parting into neat fibers under careful blade. No urgency lives there. Only the slow, repeatable motions that make the next day peaceful. Dawn will return to the little room. Pull plaster will meet warm light. The reed will wake under the clerk's fingers. The soot cake will soften. Black will flow again. The apprentice will copy one good line before the yard stirs. The duck weight will sit true. A cord will lie without tangle. A roll will gain another calm page. In a narrow sense, nothing changes. In a broader sense, each quiet, accurate hour keeps books loaded, ovens fed, and homes content. Hidden labor, gentle and exact, helps a city breathe. For tonight, the reed rests. The desk rests. The jars rest. The room holds its shape in the dark, a tidy geometry of shelf and mat and stone. If anyone were to open the door now, they would smell sesame and gum and plant fiber cooling. They would see a small cradle on cloth, holding a tool made from marsh and sun and patient hands. They would understand, if they stood still long enough, that peace grows in places like this. And as the night settles over the little office by the Nile and the pen sleeps on its folded mat, we can wander forward in time to another riverbank, colder water, Ashley. Wooden tubs, and watch a quiet washday begin at the town ford. Morning comes pale and thin over the fields. The road slopes down to the river where the stones spread wide and flat. Here is the ford. Here the town keeps its tubs and boards and poles. Frost sits on the grass like a veil. Breath shows in small clouds. Water moves dark and slow between the stepping stones. Today is Washday. Women arrive with wicker baskets lined in cloth. Some wear wool kirtles and linen aprons. Some wear simple caps to keep hair from the wind. A child comes with each house to fetch, to carry, to learn the rhythm. A goose follows one group as if it belongs. It pecks at a stray husk and then at nothing at all. The tubs are wooden. Hoops hold the staves tight. Each tub has a worn rim where hands have gripped for years. A board bridges the lip. It is not a modern washboard with ridges. It is a simple plank, smooth from use, set at a gentle slant. On the plank lies a short bat, carved with shallow notches. In some places they call it a beetle. It fits the pond like a friend. Ashley sits ready into buckets. It was made last night when fireplace ash met hot water in a clay pot. The liquid turns slippery and faintly gray. It smells like smoke and something clean. This may seem unusual today, yet in the medieval period Ashley was the common washing agent for linen and work cloth. Soap existed, but it was dear and saved for stains or special pieces. A bundle of soapwork rests in another bowl. Its leaves grow frothy when rubbed with water. A patch of the herb grows near the ford to save steps. The first task is sorting. Each household has its marks. A red cross stitched in one corner. 2 blue threads cut short. A tiny mark in the selge. People here mend and remark their cloth often. Linen lasts a long time if you ask it to. It grows softer with years and more valuable in the mind. The women lay out shifts, shirts, kerchiefs, towels, napkins. Wool garments sit aside. Wool likes gentle treatment. It shrinks if scolded. They fill the tubs with river water. The sound is a hollow glug, a rhythm that belongs to wood and water. A girl lowers a bucket on a rope and lifts, hand over hand. The rope creaks against the handle. Her breath times each pull. When the tubs are half full, a woman tips an ashley and stirs with a stick. The water clouds. Steam rises a little, though the day is cold. Fingers test the slickness. When it feels right, neither too sharp nor too weak, they begin. A linen shirt goes first. It is turned out so seams face the eye. Dirt hides in seams and underarms. The cloth is thick from winter wear. A woman presses the fabric against the plank and rubs with her own hands, not too hard. Then the bat taps a light, steady beat. Not a heavy strike. Just a tap to help the water carry the soil away. The sound joins others until the ford holds its own kind of music. Tap, squeeze, rinse, fold, tap. A child kneels by a shallow edge to rinse smaller things. He brings the water to himself, pulling it over the cloth with open fingers. He lifts each piece and watches the river find its own path out of the weave. He turns the fabric to the light, looks for places that still show a faint line of use, and calls for the bat when one remains. The knowledge pauses quietly like that. Some speak in low voices. Most save breath for work. Once in a while someone laughs, but the sound is no more than a bird lifting and landing again. The air smells of wet linen, wood smoke from the town, and the green soap scent of crushed soapwood. The ashlight dries hands, so a little fat is rubbed on the knuckles between tasks. A woman keeps a small pot of tallow and oil tucked under her apron for this. She dabs a bit into the skin and returns to the plank. One tub holds a few pieces that need soaking. A wool hood that carries smoke from a hearth. A child's shift with berry marks from autumn. A linen cap with a faint ring at the edge. These sit and soften, while other things move. Soaking in lye was common for household linen. Fullers used stronger liquids for cloth finishing in towns, sometimes stearine for felting wool. Ordinary washday stayed milder. A handful of clean sand in the palm helps with a stubborn spot at a hen. The grit lifts the soil without tearing the weave. By the bank, someone prepares the bleaching ground. It is only a stretch of grass above flood line where the sun reaches. Two poles are set, and the cord is pulled tight. Pegs are cut from hazel and pushed into the turf. A sheet will lie there later, thin as milk against the light. The winter sun is low, but it still lifts color over ours. In summer, women may leave cloth spread all day and come back at dusk to fold it cool and pale. In winter, they watch the sky and turn the pieces while the light lasts. They wring out heavy things with a stick twist. One holds the ends. One runs a short pole through the cloth and twists. Water falls in silver lines. It hits stone in a soft, steady patter. The cloth tightens around the stick like rope. Arms work. Shoulders lift. The sound grows like a quiet rain. A goose watches, head tilted to one side as if it understands. A traveler's cart stops at the top of the slope. The man calls good day and asks whether the ford runs shallow enough. A woman points to the stepping stones and tells him which to try. She does not pause in her washing while she speaks. The work has its own straight path. His wheels cross slow. The water reaches a spoke, then drops. He moves on. The wake touches the shin of a tub and rocks at once. Hands steady the rim and everything settles again. A napkin shows a drop of beeswax near one corner. A boy brings a little warmed water from a small pot kept near the edge. The day is cold, but they heat a thumb of water over a coal in a shielded dish. The wax softens under the finger and lifts into the cloth like a memory leaving. A pinch of ash and a rub finish the clean. Quiet methods like this are shared mouth to ear, mother to daughter, neighbor to neighbor. Not all work lives in books. As pieces rinse clean, they are folded along old creases and taken to the grass. A woman shakes a sheet once. It opens like a slow sail. She lays it on the turf and smooths the air pockets with both hands. The cloth whispers as it meets the ground. She pins to corners with hazel pegs. The wind is small today, but small wind still moves cloth. She passes a hand over the weave to feel for stray grit. Her palm reads what the eye misses. A boy tends the fire in a little brazier set on stones. It is not large, just enough to warm fingers at intervals. A small iron hook hangs above it. On the hook, someone warms a cup of thin ale. They drink a mouthful and pass it along. Bread sits wrapped in a cloth in one basket. A soft cheese shares the same space. They will eat when the first round is spread on the grass. Eating is part of the rhythm. Pause. Chew. Swallow. Return to the tub. One woman checks a wool cloak at the edge of the group. She does not dunk it in lye. She pats it with cool river water and presses with her hands. She rolls it in a cloth and stands on the roll to press water out with her weight. Wool keeps its shape best with patience. Gentle handling of wool is old knowledge. Felting is for fullers with purpose, not for household cloaks. She lays the cloak on a low hedge to breathe and smooths the nap with her palm while it is still damp. Marking and mending ride along with washing. A needle lies in a cap brim for safety. When she finds a loose end, a woman sits on a stone and makes 3 small stitches. She bites the thread to break it. The taste of flax and clean hands is ordinary here. A red thread at the corner of a towel is replaced with a blue one. Color is not only pretty, it is a quick code in a busy place. The church bell sounds from the town, not a call to fear, only the hour. A few women cross themselves by habit and keep working. Time at the ford does not rush. It stretches like the river, narrow at the stones, widening just beyond. The sun climbs the width of a hand and warms the backs of necks. Caps shift. Hoods loosen. A moth lifts from the grass and drifts near a sleeve. A child brings a small pot of clay from the bank. It is fuller's earth from a patch known to locals. A sneer on a collar lifts an old ointment mark that lie alone would not touch. The child grins at the magic of it. The woman nods and tells him where to return the pot when the work is done. Clay goes back to clay. The tubs take on a pale ring of soap and ash. The river takes it away in slow threads. The surface gathers a skin that breaks and heals. Boots leave shallow crescents in the mud. A dog sleeps with its nose on its paws and twitches once as if dreaming of running. The ford holds. All this without comment. When the first set is laid out, the place looks like a garden of white leaves. Cloth edges lift and settle. Pegs stand like young shoots. The sound of water against stone becomes the bass note under everything. No one hurries. The day is long enough, and what is not finished will wait for the next sun. They eat then. Bread split by hand. A little cheese. A slice of pear from a store jar, saved from autumn. A cup passed. Hands warm at the brazier. A woman rubs salve into her knuckles again. The skin is pale and fine-lined from the cold. She flexes her fingers and returns to the tub. By late morning, the work has found its level. Ashlie grows weaker and is refreshed. Soapwood is crushed again between stones. The bat finds its small beat. The plank glows with water. The river gives and takes in the same quiet way. The sun lifts and the frost loosens its grip on the grass. The stones at the ford darken with damp. A small wind moves up the river like someone breathing in. The tubs grow warm to the hand. The narrow boards shine with use. The rhythm deepens, soak, rub, tap, turn, rinse. A woman checks the ashlie. She dips to fingers and rubs them together. The slip feels thinner now. She pours in a fresh ladle from the covered pot and stirs with a stick. The cloud in the water thickens. She tests again. She nods and sets the stick along the rim so it can drip back into the tub. This may seem imprecise today, but in many medieval homes concentration was measured by feel, not by numbers. Hands remembered what was right. Soapwort leaves go into a small bowl. A girl crushes them with a round stone. Green scent rises. She adds a little water and works the slurry with her fingers until it throws a mild froth. She smiles and blows once across the bubbles. They glisten and then settle against the cloth where the worst marks lie. She hums to herself, no tune in particular, just a soft line that fits the breath. At the bleaching ground, the first sheet has begun to pale. The weave drinks light. A woman turns the cloth so another side can face the sun. She smooths the edges with both palms. Her hands leave faint tracks in the wet. The pegs hold. A thrush lands nearby and watches as if it, too, is keeping order. Rinsing begins in earnest. The river is the rinsing tub here. A woman kneels at a flat stone and pulls clean water toward her. She lays the linen in the current and lifts it again, letting the flow draw through the threads. She does not whip the cloth. She lets the water do the pulling. The sound is a careful, repeating hush. A child stands to one side with a basket to receive each rinsed piece. He stacks them in a crisscross so air can pass. Two women work a ringing stick together. They twist a heavy shirt around the short pole, each holding an end of the cloth. They turn in time like a slow dance. Water spins out and falls in shining threads. The stick groans once and then settles. Their shoulders lower with the effort. They rest the shirt for a breath and twist again. When the cloth feels firm under the hands, they ease it loose and fold it along old lines. Mending rides beside all this. A torn corner shows itself when the cloth stretches. A woman takes a needle from her cap and sets 3 small stitches, then 3 more. She smooths the new seam with her thumb. A boy watches and learns not only where to place the needle, but when to stop. Too many stitches make a hard place in the fold. Enough is enough. A woolen hood, set aside earlier, is checked. Smoke smell still lingers. The woman presses it between 2 clean cloths and changes the cloths when they darken. She pats the nap with her palm. She does not rub hard. Wool moves if scolded. Many households knew this gentle rule. Felting belonged to the fullers who used stronger liquids and beating boards. For everyday wool, patience kept shape and size. A small pot sits near the brazier with a thumb of warm water. Into it goes a piece of fat the size of a hazelnut. It melts and makes a thin, friendly oil. Hands visit the pot in turn. Each person warms the knuckles, rubs the mixture in, and returns to the tub. The scent is simple: tallow, ash, green leaf. The cold is still present but less sharp now. Marks and codes appear and reappear. A blue thread at a towel corner. 2 tiny knots in a selge, a red cross stitched with coarse wool. These are household signs. They tell one family's linen from another's. They save quarrels. They save time in a place where cloth is dear. Such small language matters. Someone speaks of bucking, the deeper soak that some households do at home. They fill a bucking tub with lye and place linen in layers, pouring the liquid over and letting it sit warm by the hearth. It is a long treatment for winter yellow pieces. Not everyone has the space or fuel for it. Here at the ford, the day's wash is simpler. A short steep, a rub, a rinse, a rest in sun. Bucking as a periodic deep clean was common in parts of Europe. The weekly wash was lighter but steady. A boy brings a small clay pot from the bag. It holds fuller's earth from a patch upstream. The fine clay eats grease. A sneer on a collar lifts a winter ointment mark that lie left behind. The woman who taught him this nods once. The pot will go back to its place. Borrowed earth returns to earth. The tubs leave rings of pale scum that the river takes away in slow curls. Now and then a bit of foam slides under the stepping stones and disappears. Boots stamp prints that fill with water and then calm. The geese wander through like slow boats, necks held high. They speak in low tones as if to each other. A dog sleeps near the brazier with its paws tucked in. Lunch is bread and a little cheese and thin ale. Pear slices pass from hand to hand. The fruit is soft from the jar. No one eats much. Work and food share the same rhythm. Chew. Swallow. Wipe hands. Return to the tub. A woman tells a quiet story about a night when the moon froze white on the fields and sheets left out to lake grew stiff like boards. They all nod. Such things happen. Next time, they will watch the sky sooner. A narrow strip of linen saved for stains becomes a blue rag. In some towns, people tint such a rag with a little blue dye. A touch of blue can make yellowing linen look whiter to the eye. Here, there is no dye at hand today. The strip is plain. They rely on frost, sun, and time. Bluing agents became common later in many places. Medieval practice varied. Sun bleaching and grass were the main tools in most villages. At the edge of the group, a woman checks a baby's cap. The ties are frayed. She twists new cords from flax fibers and rubs them with a drop of fat so they will not untwist. She threads them through the hem with a bone bodkin. She ties a loose knot and pulls it soft. The cap looks as if it will sit well on a small head and not chafe. The church bell sounds again. The tone rolls down the slope and spreads on the water. A cart clatters on the road beyond the hedge. A man calls to a horse and then is gone. The river keeps its same soft pull on the stones. A woman flicks a beetle from the plank with a bat. The beetle tumbles and rights itself, then goes on about its small business. The shading of the day changes, shadows shorten, faces warm, a few caps are pushed back, hair escapes like threads from a seam. The women do not fuss, they tuck, they pin, they carry on. The child at the rinsing edge splashes his own sleeve and laughs once. Then quiets, he lifts a napkin and lets the water leave it in long, clear lines. By midday, the bleaching ground is dotted like a field with new seedlings. Cloth lies in careful order. Some pieces are turned, some are patted. A woman walks the line, looking for corners that might lift in wind. She presses each peg and adds a stone to one edge that wants to rise. The stones are smooth, river gifts. They fit the hand. A man from the town passes by with a sack of grain over his shoulder. He stops and points to a shirt. His wife's mark sits there, a red stitch at the hem. He bows his head and leaves a small bundle by a tub, a handful of onions from his store. It is a thank you for a favor asked last week, a letter carried, a word passed. He does not stay to talk. He returns to the road. The women share the onions among the baskets without ceremony. There is a quiet code to order here. Newcomers set their tubs at the end of the row. Elders choose the flattest stones. When two hands reach for the same bucket, one lets go. No one keeps strict count. Memory holds such things. Next week balance returns another way. Rinsed cloth begins to move to a second line of chords. The air is cool, but with sun and wind the pieces will go from wet to merely damp by afternoon. When that happens, women will fold along the old creases and stack each household's bundle. The weight will be right in the arms. Not heavy. Not light. Simply right. A boy counts pegs and finds one missing. He searches the grass and does not find it. An older girl cuts a new one from a hazel switch with her small knife. She pushes it into the turf and ties a short knot of cord around the peg's neck so it will pull easily later. She shows the boy how to cut downward away from the hand. He nods and holds the knife better. Near the tubs, the bat's tap softens into a slower beat. Tough places yield. The water in the tubs looks clear again. Fresh light did its work. The women ease their shoulders and stretch their fingers. One lifts her hands and watches water drip from each finger in a neat order like tiny bells. She smiles without a word. A thin layer of cloud passes over the sun. The light goes flat and kind. The bleaching ground looks gentler. A woman touches the cloth and decides to turn the corners once more. She does not hurry. She places each fold as if remembering a map. The ground takes the weight and gives back its quiet. By now, the day has settled into long strokes. There is less talk and more listening. The river speaks in a low, friendly way. The bats hang on their pegs like small birds asleep. The soapwort leaves are reduced to a green paste in the bowl. The ash in the lye bucket leaves a pale rin as the liquid lowers. The brazier snaps once, and then goes back to its soft glow. When a piece is done, someone says enough, not as an order, but as a gentle close. The word has weight here. It means the cloth is clean for another week of wear. It means the table will have a fresh border, the bed a cool cover, the child a dry shirt. It also means hands can rest for a moment before the next thing. The fort holds all this in a mild embrace. Stones, water, wood, cloth, breath, nothing rushes. Everything moves. Afternoon begins with a change in the sound of the place. The bat taps less often. Rinsing takes the lead. The river runs a little quicker as snowmelt upstream finds the bend. Light spreads low and broad across the stones. The bleaching ground brightens like a small, pale field. A woman kneels at the edge where water folds over a flat shelf of rock. She slides a length of linen into the current and lets the flow travel through the threads. She turns the cloth once, then lifts it to look. The weave holds tiny beads of light. She presses along the seams with her thumbs. Dirt hides there. Her hands know where to speak. Two girls tend the line. They carry a folded sheet between them, arms out, letting air in. At the cord they face each other, unfold, and shake only once so the sheet opens without wrinkling. Pegs find their places. A stone settles the near corner. They smooth the fabric with their palms from center to edge, the same way every time. Care becomes muscle more than thought. At the tubs, the water is changed. The ash lye is poured out at the downstream side where it will thin and go. A bucket of fresh river water sloshes in. The staves creak, then swell more tight. The rins gleam where many hands have rubbed them smooth. This is ordinary maintenance that lives quietly inside work. Fresh water, clean rim, tools put down where the hand expects them next. A woman brings out a slick stone, smooth as a river pebble but shaped for the pond. It is glass in some houses, polished stone in others. She keeps hers wrapped in cloth in the basket. When a piece of linen is almost dry, no longer wet, not yet crisp, she draws the stone down a fold with steady pressure. The cloth warms under the stroke. The fold sharpens. In later centuries, presses and mangles will take this role. Here, a hand and a stone do it gently, line by line. A cap cord needs replacing. A boy twists two threads of flax together on his thigh. He dampens the twist and breathes on it so it will remember its shape. He threads it through the hem with a bone bodkin, then knots the ends with a loose, flat knot that will lie comfortable against skin. He tests the knot against his own wrist. He nods satisfied. The brazier's coal is tapped and fed. Warmth does not travel far in the open air, but it keeps a small circle kind. A clay mug sits at the edge, half filled with thin ale that has warmed itself just enough. The mug goes hand to hand. The thumb leaves a clean moon on the rim where it meets. Bread appears again from a basket, a heel saved for the later hunger. A little cheese is cut with the bat's back. The bat is wiped and put back to work, once dry. Starch is rare here. Sometimes, before a feast, someone will boil a little wheat paste to stiffen a cuff or a coif. Today there is none. Smoothness comes from sun, air, and a steady slick stone. In many medieval homes, wheat or bran paste did serve as occasional starch. Though constant stiff colors belong to a later age, marks are checked and renewed. The red crossing one corner has faded from many washings. A woman takes a needle and runs a few bright stitches over it. She uses thicker thread for this on purpose. The mark should be seen at a distance. Towels to blue tacks at the hem are tightened. A napkin receives a tiny eyelet stitch where the peg passes, so the cloth will not tear next time the wind lifts hard. Shoes scrape, some wear leather tied with thong, some wear pattens wooden soles strapped under shoes to raise feet above damp. The pattens click and then hush on turf. A girl dips hers once in water to wash off clay. She sets them in the sun near the line to dry. Their feet return to the stones where warmth still holds from the morning. A small pot of fuller's earth moves up and down the bank as needed. A smear lifts grease from a sleeve where a winter salve left its ghost. When the pot is empty, the child who brought it rinses it and returns it to the patch where the clay lives. He lays it upside down on the earth as if to say thank you. No one laughs. Such gestures fit easily here. The bleaching ground now carries many shapes: shirts with square gussets, long shifts, narrow towels, covers with reinforced corners, a baby's cap, to napkins with looped borders. From a distance the field looks like water poured and held in cloth. close up, textures show themselves. Heavy table linen has a quiet weight. Bed sheets feel more open in the hand, woven to breathe. Everything has its reason. A woman walks the line with a small bag of pegs and a piece of cord. If a cloth sags between pegs, she props the line with a forked stick so the middle will not drag on grass. The stick is cut from willow. The fork is smooth. It knows the cord's twist and sits without biting. Simple knowledge like this is never written, yet it lasts. The tubs, quieter now, stand like wooden ponds. A few last pieces soak, not because they are very dirty, but because warm water persuades the weave to relax. A woman squeezes one gently and watches how the water returns. She reads the cloth's mood. If cloth can have one, it is a form of listening. Conversation stays low, work and talk fit around each other. A thin thread of news passes through. A baker's oven cracked, a cow calved early, a copper pot mended at last. No one tells the whole story at once. Facts arrive like the river arrives, continuous, not urgent. The church bell gives another hour. Sunlight shifts toward gold. The girls begin to turn the first pieces. The hands move in practiced order. Lift the near edge, fold to the middle. Press flat with the heel of the palm, fold again. Lay on the stack, folds follow old puffs. Linen remembers its habits like people do. A woman checks a woolen cloak again. She pats the nap smooth with a slightly damp palm, always in the same direction. She feels for a thorn caught in the weave. She finds one and coaxes it out with a fingernail. She hangs the cloak on a hedge branch rounder than a peg, so its weight will not crease in a hard line. Wool likes curves. Wool keeps peace better when it dries on round things. A child counts pegs back into the bag. He counts to himself, not to show but to be sure. He finds one split and sets it aside for kindling. He chooses a fresh hazel switch and asks the older girl to hold it while he cuts. She reminds him to cut away from the hand and to leave a little bark at the head so the peg will flex without breaking. He nods. The new peg joins the small store. Slowly, the Ford takes on the look of a place finishing its task. The tubs are less burdened, the boards lean, the bats rest on rims, the brazier glows like a quiet eye. The river runs as it always does, unbothered and helpful. A little commentary passes among the women about days and order. Some do the wash on the first day after the holy day. The hearth is clean then, and the week stretches long enough to dry and mend. Others follow the weather more than the calendar. A string on the cottage wall holds a knot for Washday and another for baking day. The knots are moved along a nail at the hearth as the week walks by. Not all time needs numbers. A girl picks up a linen smoother again and presses a collar. The edge turns keen and neat. She breathes on it once and passes her palm down after the stone, sealing the work with warmth from skin. This touch is not required, but it pleases her. Small satisfactions live in such motions. They cost nothing and they pass down. Bundles begin to form on the grass, each household stack folded to carry. Heavier things go to the bottom. More delicate pieces ride on top. A towel is wrapped around the hole and tied with a flat knot that can be undone with a thumb. Some families will use a shoulder yoke for the walk home. Others will strap the bundle across the back with a length of cloth used for many jobs. The bundles look like small, pale pillows, calm and square. One woman checks that the bleaching ground is left as it was found, pegs pulled, stones returned to the path, No thread left to catch on a bird's foot, not because of rules written on a board, but because order saves trouble for neighbors. Tomorrow someone else will need this grass. Before leaving, a few pieces that are still faintly damp are hung nearer the brazier for a short while. Heat should not bite, it should breathe around the cloth. They raise the pieces once or twice to let fresh air pass. The edges dry first, centers give up. Wet more slowly. A woman pinches a corner and knows it is ready. The river accepts the last rinse water like a listener who never tires. The path up from the ford shows new prints pressed over old prints. The wheel ruts keep their shallow cups of light. The geese stage a slow parade and then find a patch of sun against the wall. The dog wakes, turns twice, and lies down facing the road. When everything is bundled, the women sit for one more minute, not because of custom, only because the body asks. They look over the ground and let their eyes rest on the smooth, pale stacks. It is a quiet sight. Household labor has a way of hiding. Here, for a brief hour, it is visible as small hills of clean cloth and rice grain creases catching light. They lift the bundles and rise. The path climbs gently, voices move with them, still low, still easy. A child steps in the print of a larger foot, then chooses his own line. The tubs are tipped and drained and left upside down on their stones. Steam leaves the staves in thin threads and disappears. On the road, carts pass, and the women drift to the side without breaking step. A man nods and tips his hat. No one remarks on the work. It is a fact like weather. The town receives them with doorway smells. Yeast, meat broth, a rush of herbs from a window ledge. Linen will be aired in thresholds for a last breath, then folded into chests with sprigs of wormwood or rosemary where people keep such things to advise away moths. Herbs in linen chests were a common hedge against pests. The habit is older than the chests themselves. The ford grows quiet again. The bleaching ground lies empty, only the pressed marks of pegs and the shadows of the cords remaining. The river keeps its low talk. A thrush drops to the wet stones and drinks. Light turns warm and long. Late afternoon tilts the light toward gold. The ford quiets. Bundles are lifted and set to shoulders with practiced care. The path up from the river feels a little steeper with clean weight. Feet find the firm places without thinking. Voices stay low. A dog trots ahead and then returns satisfied that the road is the same as always. Doorways receive the loads like patient mouths. Hinges breathe. Threshold stones hold warmth from noon. Inside, air smells of hearth smoke and herbs kept on the beam. A bundle rests on a board near the fire, not close enough to scorch, close enough to persuade damp. To leave, this is a calm last stage, airing, smoothing, and putting things by. The cords are untied in order. Heavier cloth first, towels, sheets. Then shirts and shifts. Then small things, napkins, caps, ties. A woman lifts each piece and shakes once, just once, to wake the weave. She lays a cloth across the back of a chair or along a pole resting onto pegs. Firelight slides over pale folds. Steam rises and drifts away like breath on a cold day. A child carries pegs back to their pouch. He counts them softly, one by one, so next week no time is lost searching. A girl spreads a linen cloth on the table and sets up the smoothing things. Here, there is no heavy iron heated in ember. That age will come later. Today there is a slick stone like a river pebble, a flat board, a small bottle with a clean water drop, and patience enough to make edges lie well. Glass linen smoothers are found in many medieval households. Heated metal irons become common later. Early ones existed, but everyday finishing leaned on stones, boards, and hands. The nearly dry shirt receives a palm and a stone, down the fold, then down again. Pressure is steady and quiet. The cloth warms under the stroke. The seam sits flat. The line remembers. No one hurries this part. It lays tomorrow's ease into today's last minutes. A woman wraps her palm in a clean scrap to press collars and cuffs. She breathes on the fabric first so fibers will listen. Her breath smells of bread and wood smoke. She smooths outward from the seam to the edge. A small curl yields and stays. She smiles with her eyes. There is no applause here, only the settled pleasure of a well-behaved fold. By the hearth, a wool cloak that dried on the hedge earlier gets attention. She places it on a round back chair to keep curves. With a dampened palm she strokes the nap in one direction, always the same. A wooden brush waits for heavier work, but today the palm is enough. Wool likes tenderness. Fulling by beating and stronger agents belongs to specialists. In a cottage, patience preserves shape and size. A basket of rosemary and wormwood waits nearby. A few sprigs go between layers in the chest to quiet moths. In some seasons lavender sits there too. The chest itself stands against the wall, oak with iron straps, and a key big enough to feel important. Its lid opens with a low groan that everyone knows. Inside, linen lies in families, table things together, bed things together, towels together, shirts together, and within each group, the oldest on top so they are used first. Habit is the only law, but it holds. Before the laying in, someone inspects corners. Reinforced places at sheet ends still look strong. A towel hem shows a loose stitch. A needle and 2 quick bites of thread fix it. The thread breaks cleanly on the teeth. The new knot is rubbed smooth with a fingertip. Hands here. Sleep happier when the day ends with small mending done. The cottage window stands open to finger widths. Air travels slowly through. A cloth hangs wide across the frame on a rush cord. Evening light passes through the weave and draws a quiet pattern on the floor. A cat settles in that light and makes itself long. Household peace looks like this: pale cloth, a low fire, a bowl turned upside down to keep embers safe, and things arranged where hands expect them in the morning. Down the lane, another house repeats the same scene with small differences. A richer table shows a hand press for linen to boards with a screw to tighten them. It is not grand. It is simply another way of asking cloth to behave. In most homes along this road, the weight of a bench and a smoother stone do the job. Tools vary. The aim is one: comfortable edges and clean folds. A boy is sent to return the willow prop used to support the drying line. He leans it against the shed wall with fork up, ready for tomorrow's bread cloths. He brings back a small faggot of sticks for the hearth. The last boiling for the day is only for a thin porridge or a stew already begun. Washday never carries feast in its pocket. It carries order. At the table, a tally by memory is made. So many shirts clean. So many napkins. So many towels. The numbers are said aloud once. They settle into the mind like pebbles into a clear jar. No chalk is needed. The mouth is enough. In some places, a stick with notches keeps such counts. Here, the week's rhythm is steady enough that the mouth can hold it. A woman chooses one shirt for patching tomorrow. A square of older linen sits ready, cut from a sheet that finally surrendered last winter. Nothing ends, it changes form. Big cloth becomes small cloth. Small cloth becomes binding or rag. Rag becomes wick for a lamp or tinder for the morning. Even ash from the hearth gave itself today as lye. The circle is plain here and needs no explaining. As pieces finish airing, they move into the chest. The motion is the same each week. Fold, press, breathe, place. Between layers she sets sprigs that crack a little when bent. The scent is green and bitter and clean. It tucks into linen and stays very likely. Children will sleep under that fragrance tonight. It is not noticed as a separate thing. It is part of bed. At the door, the wooden tub from the fort is turned mouth down. The staves dry from the outside first. Later, when truly cool, the tub will be raised and left in a corner. Remoiled sometimes with a touch of fat to keep the hoops from thirst. Tools need kindness. Kindness keeps tools from asking for coin before coin is found. A few lines of quiet commentary pass while fingers work. In many towns, washing places sit upstream from tanneries and dye houses. Clean water serves washer, fuller, and dyer in a planned order so one trade's runoff does not ruin another's work. Rules live on the lips of elders more than in books. Wash where the water is young, pour out downstream, do not trample pegs, simple senses that prevent long trouble. The hearth hushes to coals. A pot nudges a simmer. The smell is barley and leek and a little bacon from a scrap saved. Wooden bowls wait turned upside down on a shelf. A ladle leans at ease. Washday does not stop the pot, it only slows it a little. By the time the last towel is smooth, the stew will be ready to greet hands that worked in cold water for hours. Evening prayer meets this work as naturally as breath. Someone speaks a plain thanks not for glory, but for clean cloth and easy fire, a body that answered the day. The words are old and homemade. They change only a little with the seasons. In winter, thanks include warm threads. In summer, thanks include wind on the line. Faith here stands quietly in a corner, like a stool everyone uses without saying its name. Before the chest closes, she slips one small packet into the corner, a scrap that holds needles, a little skein of blue, a little skein of red, a bodkin, and a smooth shell for pressing. That bundle travels in and out all week. It is the household's small workshop, no bigger than a hand. She ties it with a length of flax and smiles to see it fat and ready. The cat climbs into the emptied basket and kneads in a slow rhythm learned only from itself. The basket rocks and becomes still. A child rubs salve into his mother's knuckles and then his own small hands. He learned that habit not from instruction but from watching. He yawns. The day's sounds have softened into a single, low hush, fire, pot, foot on board, wind at the window. Outside, the lane breathes out. From other houses come the same scents and the same little scraps of sound, a chair leg drawn back, a laugh pressed small so as not to wake a child, a shutter eased. Boots placed by the door in a pair that looks like a promise to go out again when light returns. At last, the chest closes. The lid meets the rim and rests there. She leaves it unlatched until everything is fully cool. Warm linen can sweat in a tight box. An hour later the key will turn. For now she sits and lets her shoulders remember that they have a shape apart from carry. She looks at the room and sees quiet where earlier there was motion. The visible sign is simple, a straight stack on a chair and a white square over the table, edged in small shadows. The day ends without fanfare. That is its grace. Tomorrow the family will dress and eat within the peace this work made. The town will smell faintly of clean threads in the lanes. The ford will be empty until another sun names it useful again. Ash will be raked and saved in a dry pot. A peg bag will hang on its nail. A bat will lie on the shelf with its notches waiting. The river will keep speaking, unchanged by all this, and yet quietly joined to it. Evening's color folds over the town like a shawl. The day's last warmth rests on door lintels, then slips away. Inside, the room keeps a small glow. The chest stands open, waiting for the final cooled pieces. The air in the cottage smells of wood smoke, barley stew, and the very light green of rosemary tucked among folds. A woman lifts one more shirt from the chair back where it has been airing. She lays it flat on the tablecloth, smooths it with the heel of her palm, and draws the slick stone down the center crease once more. No hurry, pressure even, breath easy. The cloth warms and remembers. She folds along the old lines. The shirt becomes a neat rectangle that sits well in the hand. She tips it and watches the last hint of damp leave as a quick shine done. Small items follow. A kerchief, 2 napkins, a child's sleeve with 3 fine darns like soft ladders. Each piece receives the same attention, and then is laid in its family. Table things with table things, bed things with bed things, washcloths with washcloths. Between layers, she sets a sprig of wormwood where moths dislike to linger. The scent rises just enough to be known, not enough to become a guest of its own. By the hearth, the wool cloak has finished drying on the round back chair. She turns it, strokes the nap in one direction with a slightly damp palm, and hangs it on a peg that won't pinch the shoulders. Wool likes to sleep standing. A wooden brush waits untouched. The palm did the work today. This gentle finish was ordinary. Beating and strong agents belong to fullers and workshops, home kept to light hands and patience. A child brings the peg bag for counting. He tips the pegs onto the table. They make a soft wooden clatter like small berries in a bowl. He counts under his breath. 1 peg split earlier has been whittled into kindling. He replaces it with a fresh hazel peg the older girl cut. The bag is tied with a flat knot that will untie with a thumb. He hangs it on its nail by the door, where hands will reach for it next time without thinking where it lives. The bat is wiped with a damp cloth and set upright to dry so the handle won't swell. The plank that bridged the tub is leaned against the wall. A thin wipe of tallow shines along the rim of the wooden tub before it is put away. Hoops last longer when wood is not left thirsty. Tools receive their ease the way people do. This quiet care is everywhere in pre-industrial homes. Oil on hinges, a touch of fat on leather, a little heat to keep a board true. On the shelf, a small jar of hearth ashes covered again. It will sit dry until the next steep turns it to lie. The jar earns its place the way a good word does, simple, serviceable, always ready. Beside it is a small bowl of soapwort, now only green threads. Someone will return the spent stems to the garden to feed the same soil that grew them. She closes the chest part way and leaves it breathing. Linen cools and sheds what little damp remains. Worn cloth shut away too soon will grow a faint sour. Everyone here knows that without saying it aloud. The lid rests like a hand that hasn't quite decided to sleep. Later, when the last bowl is rinsed, the key will turn with its friendly iron weight, and the chest will become quiet as a bench. Doors along the lane speak the same language. A hinge sigh, a chair drawn, a child's soft complaint, and then silence. From one house comes a thin ribbon of song, not a performance, only a way of holding the mouth while setting a pot aside. It is easy to hear that wash is done without seeing a single tub. Clean air finds the lane and lingers in it, faint as frost. The woman checks corners once more. The sheet's edge shows where the reinforcing strip is beginning to work loose. She places the square on her lap and runs a line of stitches so small they look like a thought. She knots with two turns, then presses the knot with her thumb until it lies mild. She bites the thread. The taste is flax, clean finger, and the tiniest ghost of salt from the afternoon's work. The needle returns to the little packet with the bodkin and blue and red skeins. The packet ties shut and goes into the chest's corner where it always sleeps. At the window, a narrow cloth hangs wide to catch the night air. The weave draws a square of dusk on the table. The cat finds it, steps in, and turns twice. The print of paws presses and lifts on the cloth and is gone. A small pleasure. No one scolds. Cloth and household live together. Each leaves marks on the other in ways that are kind. On a shelf near the door sits a ledger of another sort, not ink on parchment, but memory in a set of habits. In some parishes, tomorrow will be baking day. Flour has its rhythm after wash. Elsewhere, order follows weather before it follows week. Wash when the sun promises. Bake when the wind lies still for the ovens draw. Scour the pots when rain makes a free rinse. There is no single rule. There is long practice that listens. Stew thickens. Bowls turn over. A ladle dips and rises. Words return in small pieces between mouthfuls. Whose tub sat low, which stone was slippery? Who told a joke about geese as if they were guild masters? The talk is not a recounting of effort. It is simply the day finishing its shape as it becomes tomorrow's story, smaller and smoother than it was when it was happening. When the meal is done, bowls are rinsed with hot water and a pinch of ash. The ash answers like a quiet friend. The wooden spoon stands upright to dry. The brazier is made safe. A child brings in the willow prop from the yard and leans it for cup against the shed. He pauses, looks at the sky, and can tell the weather for tomorrow by the way smoke lies or lifts. That, too, is a kind of reading. She turns back to the chest when the house air feels cool against her cheek. She lays in the last 3 pieces and sets a sprig of rosemary over the top layer. The sprig makes a small sound when bent, a dry crack that smells green and clean. She lowers the lid and turns the key. The iron tongue slides into its place. Not a barricade, only a promise. Order will keep until hands ask again. Out in the lane, the forge sleeps. Stones darken to the color of wet wool. The tubs lie upside down. The boards lean. The pegs wait in their pouch. A heron stands where the water runs thin and still, then lifts in a slow, considered way as if it, too, dislikes hurry. Frost begins to form again on the upper grass where the day did not reach. In moonlight, the pressed circles of pegs on the bleaching ground show faintly like old coins. If someone were to pass the ford now, they would smell nothing but clean coal and a strand of smoke moving from the town. Yet the day remains everywhere, in the memory of hands that wrung, in the good weight of the folded bundles, in the quiet satisfaction of a chest at rest. This is the kind of work that leaves its peace behind, even after the objects are put by. Threads remember. Rooms remember. Bodies remember. A final glance around the cottage shows the signs of finish, a bat leaning dry, a tub rim shining faintly, a chair back free of cloth, a peg bag like a small fruit on its nail. The cat is a curl in the basket. The child sleeps with his hands tucked under his cheek, faint rosemary in his hair. The woman rubs a last trace of salve into her knuckles and breathes. Her shoulders let go. She banks the fire. The room lowers into a soft, ordinary dark. Washday becomes night, and the town held by its river rests. And as the river slips past the quiet ford, let us step without hurry into a different evening room altogether, an Ottoman coffeehouse at closing, where sawdust hushes the floor. A brass pot cools on the brazier, and chairs lift like resting birds. The street is almost empty. A narrow door stands open to a small room with warm light. Sawdust softens the floor. A brass pot cools on a charcoal brazier inside. Chairs lean back to back like resting birds. The day's talk has gone out into the night, and only the room's own breath remains. We arrive at closing. Not the busy hour of dice and debate, but the slow hour when cups are washed, ledgers checked, and the last curl of smoke thins to memory. The coffee is thick here, boiled in small copper pots called sazli. It is poured into handleless cups, finken, which sit in metal holders called zarf, so fingers do not burn. If a glass shaped like a little tulip appears on a shelf, it is for sherbet or a later taste of tea. In this century, the cup of the evening is coffee. The owner moves with quiet economy. He lifts a finken to the light and looks through the sheen at the bottom to be sure no grit clings. He sets it mouth down on a wooden shelf. The shelf carries a faint ring where cups have rested for years. Each ring is a lesson in steadiness. The boy, who is not a son but is treated like one, sweeps the floor in long strokes. Sawdust gathers the day. A drop of coffee, a bit of ash, a flake of tobacco, a peel from an almond. Sawdust on floors was common then. It kept down dust and made spills easy to lift with the broom. On the wall hangs a board for backgammon tavla. The checkers are wood worn smooth by many fingers. The dice sleep in a small cup lined with felt. A thin smell of lemon oil lives in the board, left by a cloth that wiped it last week. A storyteller once sat near that board. He told a quiet tale about a patient fisherman, and men nodded with eyes half closed. Tonight the board and the story keep each other company. The brazier, a low round tray on legs, holds charcoal that glows like the inside of a fig. The owner stirs the coals with an iron pick. The ash slumps and becomes even. Heat comes. Two sazvi sit on a corner to dry. Their spouts show a little dent from long use. He will polish the copper next market day with a paste of fine ash and lemon peel. Not for show, for respect for tools. He opens a tall ledger. The page smells faintly of starch and smoke. One line for beans, one for sugar, one for charcoal. A neat note about almond sweets brought by a neighbor's wife for the new moon. His script is steady. He writes the date by the moon and by the Sultan's year. He keeps these lines with calm pride, the way a boatman coils a rope well, because the straight coil makes tomorrow smooth. This may seem fussy, but in many shops the ledger is the room's second heart. It remembers what hands forget. On a shelf near the door sit small glass jars with cardamom and mastic. He uses them rarely. Most men here drink coffee plain, maybe with sugar. But the jars are there like spare words. The boy knows to open them with care, because spice travels quickly into everything. A pinch carried on the breeze can make all cups taste alike for an hour. He smiles at the thought and does not test it. He lifts the water pipe, the nargile, and taps the ash from the small clay bowl into a brass tray. He empties the glass base and sets it upside down to dry. The hose is looped without twist. A damp cloth passes over the mouthpiece. The scent is leaf and fruit and ember, dark and gentle. In the back room, a bundle of fresh reed stems waits to become new hoses when needed. The boy once asked why the hose must not kink. The owner said, because breath likes a clean path. Outside, a cat lands on the threshold without sound. It looks in, waits for a welcome that is always given, and then slips to the warm spot by the brazier's quiet leg. It curls with a sigh that sounds like cloth exhaling. The boy sweeps around the cat as if it were a fixture. He does not disturb peace that came of its own will. Cups clink lightly as the owner nests them in their jars. The metal holders show little patterned stars, leaves, lattice that look like lace made of brass. One is slightly bent where a traveler once gripped too hard during a lively story. The bend stayed. The owner smoothed the edge with a file and let the rest remain. Objects here keep memory in shape as well as in smell. He lifts the shutter on the niche where sugar is kept. The loaves are wrapped in blue paper. He writes a note, one loaf left, another to fetch at the caravanserai when the spice merchant returns. Sugar is measured by a little hammer and a wedge. He chips what he needs and carries it in a paper twist. In this period, sugar comes in tall cones. Breaking sugar is a soft percussion that belongs to the shop's quiet music. A pair of low stools is turned face down on a table. The table's top is scrubbed by a cloth dampened in water perfumed with a sprig of mint, not to mask anything, to leave a kind trace. The cloth leaves no streaks. Wood shows its grain like calm water. From somewhere beyond the lane, a last call to prayer flows, the night one that lets the city turn inward. It is not loud here. It is adrift, a shared note that touches the air and goes on. The owner pauses, bows his head in a small, private way, then finishes the line he was writing. The boy stands still a breath, and then resumes his sweeping. Faith is woven in like the chairs and the cups. It is not a separate room. On a peg hangs a row of small brick-long neck pots for heating water. He checks their mouths for lime and rubs a thumb along the rim. He notes which one will be boiled with vinegar tomorrow. A thin film lifts under his nail. He wipes it on a cloth and smiles at how such small care saves fuel and taste. In many trades the same truth holds. Hidden labor keeps visible things simple. He pulls a cloth from a drawer and wraps the sesvi with it, one by one, so their insides stay clean. The cloth smells faintly of soap made with olive oil. He ties the bundle with string and sets it on a shelf above mice height. The boy slides a flat tray under the brazier to catch ash. In the morning the ash will go to a woman down the lane who uses it in her soap pot. The circle pleases the owner. Waste that becomes ingredient is a kind of wisdom. To dice sit alone on a low stool. He cups them, shakes once, and drops them on his palm. They show 3 and 5. He nods to himself at the honest noise of bone on skin. He returns them to their felt-lipped cup and tucks the cup under the backgammon board. Everything sleeps with its friend. On a high shelf rests a folded cloth screen. In some seasons a storyteller, stands before it. He balances a stick on one finger and becomes 10 men with his voice. Not tonight. The screen remains folded. The stick rests in a corner like a thin reed. The owner touches it the way one touches a tool one respects, but does not need. The boy's eyes notice. He files the small gesture way in the place where apprentices keep the alphabet of their trade. He pages back through the ledger to last winter. He sees the entry for brazier charcoal on the night of the big snow. He sees the line for cups replaced after a shelf slipped. He sees a note about a poem recited by the tailor who comes on Thursdays. The owner reads these lines the way some people look at a family picture, without rush, without words. He turns the page forward again and draws a small line to close today. He does not flourish. He prefers a mark that looks like a door softly shut. The boy sets the broom aside and takes a small brass pan. He sprinkles a light dusting of fresh sawdust where footsteps will begin again tomorrow. He spreads it with his palm until it lies even. The gesture is slow. The pattern is constant. It is like smoothing a bed. On the counter, a wooden tray holds spoons of horn with narrow bowls. They are for stirring sugar, not for drinking. He polishes one with a cloth and lays it back. The horn shows a soft brown that glows at the edge. He moves his thumb along the spoon's back and remembers the man who carved them by the city wall. That man's bench had a little pile of shavings that smelled like rain. The lamp wicks are trimmed. Flame lowers to a small pear shape. The ceiling darkens with a light halo of smoke near the rafters where it has gathered over years. The owner will whitewash again in spring, for now. The patina simply says the room has had many evenings. He sets a small bowl of water for the cat. It drinks with neat laps. He places a few dried chickpeas in a jar for a morning snack while the first sesvi bubbles. He straightens the row of zarfs so their patterns line up, as if in parade. The boy hangs the broom by its leather loop and looks once more at the floor. The sawdust lies smooth. He is pleased by evenness. The shutter closes to a hand's width. Air can thread through. A simple hook catches. The street side of the door shows a small brass plate rubbed bright at the spot where people touch it. The owner runs his fingers over that place, not for luck, just for acknowledgement. Many palms have pressed that bright oval. He adds his own lightly. He blows out the smallest lamp. The room becomes honey dark. One lamp remains near the counter to keep the house from looking empty to itself. The brazier is almost asleep. The cat is fully so. The ledger is shut. The dice are quiet. The cups are clean and turned. Night stands at the threshold and does not enter farther than it needs to. The wash basin waits near the doorway. It is a brass bowl with a lip that has learned the curve of many palms. The boy brings warm water from a small kettle and pours a thin thread into the basin. Steam rises and carries a faint scent of coffee and lemon. The owner adds a drop of olive oil soaked from a clay cup. It blooms to a mild cloud. Cups are rinsed again, not because they need it, but because tomorrow deserves a clean start. He wipes each rim with a cloth that is kept for rins only. He turns the cup's mouth down on a wooden board with shallow rings carved into it. Each ring holds a cup steady so it will not slide in the night. The spoons of horn are counted. 1, 2, 3. They sound soft when they touch. A chip on one edge is noted with a thumb. The spoon is set aside for a craftsman near the gate who smooths horn with patience. Nothing is thrown away without a long try at mending. In many trades here, repair is a kind of prayer. He checks the little hand grinder, the cove there were many. Its iron teeth are turned once, without beans, just to listen. The sound is even. He opens it and wipes the inside with a dry cloth to lift any dust. Beside it sits the deep mortar, the dibek, used when a larger batch must be pounded. The pestle is heavy and smooth from shoulders that leaned into it long before the boy was born. The boy touches the pestle and imagines the morning rhythm. Pound, lift, turn, pound. He smiles without words. On a shelf is a shallow roasting pan with a long handle. He holds it to the light. The metal darkens toward the middle where heat lives. Tomorrow green beans will turn cinnamon, then brown, then the color they know by eye. He stirs beans with a wooden spoon and listens for the first small pop. In this century, roasting still lives in the pan for most shops, though rotating drums exist in grander places. The house keeps to what it knows. Simple tools, steady hands. He opens the jar of beans and breathes, not deep, just enough to greet the scent. These beans came with a caravan from the south. People say Yemen or sometimes simply the port. Names shift, cups remain. He tips a few into the grinder and turns the handle once to ease the morning. Only one turn. He stops. Enough is a lesson learned by many evenings. The sugar loaves sit wrapped in blue paper. He taps one cone with the small hammer and a wedge. The sound is a gentle click, like porcelain answering. A few shards fall into a paper twist. He writes a tiny mark on the ledger, sugar chipped, not to count against anyone, only to let the future remember that sweetness was made ready. The boy carries the nargile bowl to the basin. He rubs it with a bit of wet ash and a rag. The glaze shines again. He threads a fresh reed into the hose mouth and checks the draw with one measured breath. Air moves with ease. He coils the hose loose. Kinks make tight taste, loose loops carry calm. He learned that on his first week. He has not forgotten. Keys hang on a ring by the shelf. 3 large iron ones, 2 small. 1 for the street door. 1 for the cupboard where bags of beans sleep. 1 for the coin drawer under the counter. The small ones are for the back room and the jar cupboard. He touches each to know which is which by feel alone. He will lock in a short while. For now he enjoys the knowledge that everything has a place and that each place answers to a teeth-shaped piece of iron. Outside, the lane breathes cooler. A watchman pauses with a staff and a lantern hooded to show just enough light. His step is slow and even. He calls the hour in a soft voice that does not seek to be heard more than a doorway away. The words slide down the street and leave a mild hush behind them. The owner listens as one listens to a familiar line in a song. The window glass shows breath at the corners. The boy wipes the pane with a linen square and leaves it bright. Beyond the window, a small fig tree in a neighbor's yard holds 3 leaves that did not fall. They look like hands. Waving good night, he laughs in himself and says nothing. Some sights are for keeping, not for telling. The owner opens the tall tin where almond sweets rested earlier, only to remain. He wraps them in paper and ties the paper with thin string. He sets the parcel in a small wooden drawer marked with a tiny star scratched near the handle. The star reminds him that sweets wait there for early guests who come with real news, not idle talk. Hospitality here is a language with thin lines, a cup, a sweet, the chair turned a fingerwidth closer to the brazier. On the wall hangs a narrow shelf with tulip-shaped glasses. A few are used for sherbet or for the new habit of tea that drifts in from the east. Tonight they sit clear and catch the lamp. One shows a bubble caught in its side from the old furnace. He keeps it for its flaw. It feels honest. A household often keeps one imperfect thing to soften the gaze. He goes to the cume at the corner with a clay jug. The fountain trickles at night. He fills the jug and ties a clean cloth over the mouth to keep dust and moth out. The cloth smells of the sun where it dried earlier. He carries the jug back with steady hands and sets it on the shelf above the grinder. Morning water should have rested. Water, like people, grows gentle when left in peace. The boy folds cloths. He keeps one for rinse, one for the counter, one for the brazier's tray, and one for the floor. He ties each with a different knot so he can tell them by touch in dim light. He learned the knots from an old porter who said that eyes are useful, but fingers live closer to the world. The boy tries the knots with his eyes closed and smiles when he knows them all. A small note passes in the owner's mind about who comes when. The porter at dawn. The teacher at mid-morning. The tailor after noon on Thursdays. In this city, coffeehouses are rooms for news, chess, letters, and guild friendships. Women meet in other places. This room carries the voices of men. He thinks it not as rule, only as shape. If a woman should come to the threshold with a message, he would serve and bowl without fuss. Phones are firm but not hard. He checks the brazier legs. One foot sits half a grain lower. He slides a folded scrap of leather under it. The tray becomes true. A level tray makes even heat. Even heat makes coffee that does not scorch. Hidden labor keeps taste soft. He knows this with his hands more than with words. The sign outside the door is a small painted board with a cup and steam. He lifts it within its frame and brushes sawdust from the lower edge where wind pushes grit. The cup on the sign leans to the left in a way that makes him happy. A painter with a gentle hand made it years ago. The paint fades in a way that pleases. He will oil the board next month to keep it from cracking in summer sun. Coins are counted in the drawer, not as audit, as lullaby. He stacks small silvers and a few coppers and smooths them with his thumb. He notes a short line in the ledger. Change set? He writes a small circle beside it to show satisfaction. Marks, not words, often carry the feeling of a task. He slides the drawer shut without letting it slap. He lifts the ledger again and turns to a blank page. At the top he writes a heading in red, "Supplies Morning." Under it, he lists in black beans, charcoal, water, cups, sugar. A small square waits beside each. He will check the squares at dawn. This habit keeps rush out of the first hour. In many shops, such a list wears more than one name. Some call it a promise page. The cat wakes, stretches one paw, and returns to its circle. The boy lays a wisp of wool near the brazier leg to make a softer bed. The cat accepts without comment. The room approves. Animals here are treated as quiet fellow workers. They take warmth and give company. That is up. Fair trade. He lifts the lamp and trims the wick with a brass scissor. Flame settles lower, shaped like a pear. He sets the lamp on the counter where it warms the grain of the wood. He looks once at the ceiling and at the soft bloom of smoke that lives up there. He thinks of spring whitewash and of the way fresh lime brightens a room. He will ask a cousin to help when the time comes. Work shared makes time shorter. A neighbor taps lightly on the frame. He steps in, not to drink, only to borrow a bit of tinder. The owner opens the drawer with the star and gives him a twist of dry shavings and one almond sweet to carry home to his child. The neighbor thanks him with a hand over his heart. He will return the courtesy in some other language, perhaps a tomato in summer, perhaps a story next week. The city balances itself with such small scales. The boy closes the shutter another finger width. The street is now a soft gray ribbon. The watchman's call fades. A dog pads past and stops to listen. Then it goes on. Choosing the warmer side of the lane, the shop smells faintly of coffee and soap and the cool metal of the grinder. It is a good smell for sleeping. Keys come off the peg. He tests each lock without force. Iron slides into iron with a sound like a calm breath. The cupboard answers. The door answers. The coin drawer's lock answers with a tiny click he has known for 20 years. He leaves the key ring on a hook inside the counter where his hand will find it before his eyes do at dawn. The boy nods. He already knows the place by sound and reach. He takes one last look across the room. Chairs tilt. Cups shine in their zarfs. The backgammon board closes like a book that has finished its chapter. The brazier's heart is almost dark. The cat sleeps with its nose under its tail. The ledger waits with a red heading and a list that will be crossed with quiet squares soon enough. The door comes to. The hook catches. The hinge speaks once, no more than a sigh. The owner rests his palm on the wood for a heartbeat. The boy does the same. It is not a ritual, only a habit of gratitude to a room that earns their bread. Inside, one lamp stays at a whisper to keep the house friendly to itself. Outside, the lane takes the night back. The city feels like a quilt, patches of light, patches of warm dark. Scenes of sound that hold it together. The room rests, yet the owner thinks forward in small, useful steps. Evening is the time to make morning light. He draws the brazier a hand nearer and kneels. With the ash rake he spreads a thin bed, flat as a compound. From a sack he chooses charcoal by size to broad pieces for a slow heart, then smaller ones to wake them. He sets them like roof tiles, each touching, none smothering. A thumb of kindling sits aside in a clay dish. In the morning, one spark will be enough. Many shops make the day easier this way. The fire is half built at night so dawn can begin with breath, not fuss. He turns to water. The clay jug he filled at Bicum is left to settle on the high shelf. A clean linen square is tied over its mouth. Water rests better when it sits still. Any grit goes to the bottom, and the top pours sweet. He tips a little into a narrow-necked ibrick and smells the faint stone scent that means clean. He smiles. Morning will be soft. Beans next. He opens the lying chest where sacks lie. The cloth smells of rope, sun, and the ship that carried them. He lifts a handful. The beans are small, greenish-brown, and hard. He lets them fall from one palm to the other and listens. Good beans sound dry and quick, like light pebbles. He measures a shallow pan's worth and leaves it in a lidded tin so the first roast will not ask him to fumble in semi-dark. Roasting here is done in the flat pan over the brazier. He will stir with a wooden spoon and watch the color turn from pale to cinnamon to brown. The beans will whisper and give a few shy pops. He does not chase darkness. He keeps to a roast that tastes like nut and bread with a hint of smoke from the room itself. Later ages will invent drums and thermometers, hear eyes, ears, and nose rule, and do it well. He pulls the hand grinder forward and sets it beside the deep mortar. Small batches take the grinder. Bigger batches take the pestle. Both live in his hands like old tools in a gardener's shed, each with a memory in the arm. For coffee brewed in a sazvi, the grind should be very fine, near to powder. He thinks of the morning turn, steady wrist, no hurry. He likes to hear the iron teeth sing for a breath before the boy wakes, the way a baker likes the first crease of dough under his palm before the street knows it is morning. On a narrow shelf he lines the sazvi, two small, one wider, one with a long neck that gives a gentle foam. He checks each spout for a nick and looks inside for yesterday's last blink of coffee. None. He had wrapped them well. He sets a wet cloth in a small bowl, ready to wipe a rim if foam climbs too quickly. He prefers to coax foam, not chase it. He lays out the spoons for measure, one heaped spoon of powder for each cup, then a little more for luck if someone says strong. Beside the spoons he places a tiny wooden paddle used for stirring before he touches. He will add water, add sugar fast, then stir until the swirl goes quiet. Only then will the pot meet ember. Sugar is decided at the beginning, sade for none, orta for a little, zekerli for sweet, so the cup arrives complete. Stirring sugar afterward is not the custom here. The brew is one thing from start to pour. He sets out the small cups and their brass larfs on a tray near the counter. A second tray waits for water glasses and a tiny plate for an almond sweet. In this city, a guest is often greeted with water first, then coffee, then a little sweetness. The order is a language. Rinse the road dust, taste the brew, leave the mouth smiling. He polishes one glass with a lint-free rag and holds it to the lamp. Clear. He returns it to the line. Chairs are drawn nearer the brazier by a finger's width. Not close enough to take heat, close enough to feel welcome. Two backgammon boards rest like folded books under the benches. Dice sleep in their felt cup. The boy has left the broom hanging straight, bristles off the floor so they will not bend. Small kindnesses to tools chorus together. They lower the day's cost by a coin that cannot be counted but can be felt. He checks the sugar cone again, lifts the small hammer, and taps a little packet into blue paper for the porter, who never asks for sweetness, but sometimes accepts it when the first wind off the water be. Ites. He writes a small note on the cone's wrapper, chippery. It is not accounting, it is advice to himself to smooth the path for a cold hand. He opens a drawer and takes out a palm-sized book, the credit book with a twine tie. Veresi. 3 names live there this month, each with short lines and small coins agreed. He keeps the pages neat and human. He writes an arrow when a man sends his son with payment, and a small dot when a debt sleeps clean. In this neighborhood, trust stands up because many small legs hold it. Barber, baker, porter, coffeeman. He turns the page, not to dwell, only to know. On a high peg, a copper sprinkler for plain water waits. In dry mornings he will step outside and throw a fine rain across the threshold and the lane's dust. The pattern comes grit and draws a darker square that looks like welcome. He will sweep that wet later into the gutter with a soft broom. This, too, is service, though no one pays for it. People notice with their feet. He lifts the small tin of cardamom. He uses it seldom. A single seed, crushed with the coffee, can perfume a cup when a guest asks. He opens, counts 3 seeds with his eyes, and closes again. Spices travel. He keeps the lid sure. He does not want cardamom in cups where men want the bean too. Speak alone. On the counter he leaves a folded square of paper and a reed pen. Now and then a traveler needs a line written, a delivery note, a greeting to a cousin, a date for a meeting. He will write it without charge if the cup is new in the man's hand. The line will be plain, the letters tall and easy to read when the road shakes the wrist. In coffeehouses like this, small letters move like little boats between docks. He places to fresh wicks by the lamps. A lamp that wavers sours the room. He trims tonight's wick one last time so that will gutter less as the door closes. The flame shortens to a calm leaf. A moth finds the warm plaster and rests. The ceiling's bloom of smoke looks like a soft cloud that has learned to stay. He will line it away in spring and let the room begin again, white and sharp, then gentle again by festival time. The boy, near sleep standing up, yawns into his sleeve. The owner smiles without showing teeth. He gestures to the wall where tomorrow's promise page is pinned, a scrap listing beans, charcoal, water, cups, sugar with little empty squares beside each. He taps the squares with a fingernail. Cheese. Tick, tick, tick. The boy nods. Morning will begin with small victories no one sees. The owner's hand moves to the sazdi with the long neck. He thinks through the path from water to cup. Measure water to the ring in the pot that only he can see. Add coffee fine as flour. Add sugar fast. Stir until the swirl disappears. Set near heat, not on the heart. Watch for the first small swell. Lift before boil. Set again. Let the foam rise. Pour a little foam into each cup so every guest receives the same small crown. Return the pot, let it rise once more, and then pour in a steady ribbon down the inside of the cup so grounds settle kindly. Set the cup in its zarf. Place a glass of water to the left. Add a sweet to the right if the day deserves it. Breathe. Carry. In this sequence, nothing shouts. Each step asks the next one to come. He makes a quiet side note to himself. Some visitors will turn the cup and read the grounds when it cools. Not here, perhaps, but at home later, or in a corner with a friend who knows how to see shapes in the dark. Fortune in the dregs is a habit that walks in from other rooms. He does not offer it, but he does not laugh at it either. Cups have many afterlives. He checks the Nargil hose again, more from fondness than need. The reed mouth sits snug, the clay bowl shines. He has fresh leaf from a neighbor's kiosk for those who sit and think longer thoughts after their cup. He will pack the bowl gently and not press. Tight leaf tastes tight. He likes breath to move softly. He lays a clean cloth at the threshold for the morning's first hand to wipe the cup's rim if the city wakes dusty. He tightens the string on the bundle of sazvi. He squares the ledger with the counter's edge. He sets the coin drawer's key where his left hand will find it without seeing. He breathes once and looks from shelf to chair to door the way a captain looks at rope and sail before night watch. Outside, the lane grows quiet enough that a single mule hoof can be imagined turning in straw 3 houses away. He hears it and is glad to have heard it. The city's night is not silence, it is a careful music with wide rests. He lets it play. He lowers the last lamp by a notch. The boy lifts the broom one more finger to be sure the bristles float. The cat changes its shape once and returns to sleep. The promise page waits with blank squares that look like little open hands. The brazier waits with its small architecture of coals, dark as seed, ready to glow. The owner rests his palm on the counter. Wood answers with its own warmth. Morning is already half made. He can go home now. Dawn comes in hushed layers. First a pale seam along the rooftops, then a gentler air that smells faintly of river and ash. The watchman's step fades. A sparrow tries 3 notes and then waits. The owner turns the key, lifts the hook, and lets the door open the width of a hand. Night air moves out. Morning air slides in. He lights the ember. 1 coal accepts fire from a wick like a polite bow. He feeds the brazier with 2 slow breaths and a sliver of kindling. The small architecture he set last night answers at once. Heat spreads without flare. He settles. The pan across the edge, not over the heart. He does not chase heat. He invites it. Water next. The jug has rested. The linen cap is cool and faintly damp. He pours to the ring he knows in the ubrick. The stream is thin and steady. He moves as if writing a line. The grinder waits. The first beans go in. Iron teeth turn with a sound like sand smoothing wood. The powder falls into the drawer in a soft drift. It smells of nut and toast and the dark edge of last night's ember. The boy arrives, rubs his eyes with his sleeve, and smiles at the sound. Morning has its own music. Outside, a porter's step enters the lane. Boots with stiff soles. Leather strap across the shoulder. He is early by habit. He pauses at the threshold and touches the bright brass spot with his fingertips. The owner sets a glass of water on the counter before the porter asks. In this room, water comes first. A mouth that carried night needs a clean start. The porter drinks, sets the glass down with care, and leans his back to the warm leg of the brazier. "Sade," he says, the word for no sugar. The owner nods and measures powder fine as flour into the long-necked sazvi. Water meets coffee. He stirs until the swirl dies. He sets the pot by the quietest heat. The rin darkens. A ring forms. The surface lifts, not a boil, only a swell. He raises the pot away, lets it fall back, lets it rise again. Foam gathers like a small brown cloud. He tips a little crown into the finken, returns the pot, and pours the rest in a thin ribbon down the inside so grounds will nest. Cup into zarf. Zarf onto tray. Tray to hand. The porter accepts. The first sip is small and attentive. Morning. Opens behind his eyes. In many houses now, tea will come to rival this cup. Here, in this century, coffee is the room's steady heart. The method is simple and precise because it must be. Sugar is chosen at the beginning, not after. Foam is courted, not stirred. The owner does not speak these rules. He keeps them with his hands. The boy chips a thumb of sugar from the cone with the small hammer and wedge. Blue paper holds the crystals with a rustle that sounds like winter silk. He twists the paper into a neat packet and sets it by the grinder. Someone will ask for order soon. The morning teacher prefers balance. A cement seller passes the door with a low call, rings of bread stacked on a polished stick. The boy lifts two, still warm, and places coins in the man's hand. The bread sits on a plate, sprinkled with sesame. He tears one ring in half and sets the pieces near the counter for later. He crumbles a pinch for the sparrow that is patient on the sill. The bird hops once, twice, and pecks with short, pleased sounds. The owner roasts a shallow pan of beans for the midday rush. He sets the pan over the edge of the brazier and stirs with a wooden spoon. The beans color from pale to cinnamon, then to brown. They crack softly. He listens as much as he looks. When the smell turns sweet and the shine rises on the skins, he tips the beans into a sieve and tosses them until the heat falls. The sound is like light rain. In grander shops, a turning drum might take this task. Here, a pan and a spoon do the job well enough. He pours a little coffee to cool on a saucer and studies the foam. It holds a fine ring around the edge and a quieter center. He nods. He rinses the sazvi and sets it to rest. The porter turns his cup and looks at the grounds out of idle habit. He sees a line like a road and says it means the day will be long. The owner smiles. Cups tell many things. He does not argue with roads. The teacher arrives with a book wrapped in cloth. He greets the room with a hand to his heart and asks for order. The owner measures water and powder, adds sugar at the start, stirs until the swirl fades, and sets the pot to the side of the heat. He lifts and lowers twice, pours a small crown into the cup, then the body of the brew. Alongside he places a glass of water and a small paper with two almond sweets folded like pale shells. The teacher unwraps the sweets for later and takes a tiny drink of water now. He warms his hands around the zarf and says nothing for a full minute. In this room, silence is a shared language. The boy checks the nargile. He packs the bowl loosely with fresh leaf and sets it aside for whoever will sit after the sun climbs a little. He loops the hose in loose ovals so breath will not find corners. He taps the ashtray with the back of a spoon and smooths sawdust where morning feet have drawn soft paths. Two men open the backgammon board. They do not clang. They do not swear. They set the checkers with a rhythm that sounds like counting under the breath. One man asks for Zekerli. The owner nods, measures, stirs, and pours a sweet cup that curls scent into the air. The sugar was chipped before dawn. He is glad he left that note on the cone. A neighbor appears with a letter that needs copying. The owner brings out the folded paper and the reed pen. He wets the nib in a little dish and writes clean lines. Names first, then a simple sentence, then the date by moon and year. He reads it aloud once to be sure the words stood up straight. He sands the ink with a pinch of fine dust, blows gently, and folds the sheet. The letter costs nothing beyond the cup. This is a room that moves small messages as a side work to serving heat and taste. The boy brings a small clay bowl with a sprig of mint floating in clean water. He wipes the counter with a cloth that is kept for counters only. He keeps the rim cloth separate. He keeps the floor cloth on its own peg. He learned this on his first week. Cloths confuse easily. In dim corners, knots and places prevent that confusion. The street grows brighter, but the room keeps its honeyed calm. The sign with the painted cup leans out like a nod. A cart squeaks past with bundles tied under rope. Somewhere a baker cracks a crust with the back of his hand, and the sound arrives like a soft applause. A gull calls from the direction of water. The city stirs in threads that weave without rush. The owner checks the promise page. Beans, he ticks the box. Charcoal tick. Water tick. Cup stick. Sugar tick. He smiles at the line of marks. This habit adds a quiet square to the mind. It turns tasks into places to rest for a breath. He makes a cup with a pinch of cardamom for an older man who asks in a whisper. He cracks one seed in the mortar, adds it to the powder, and brews as usual. The scent rides the steam lightly. He serves it with water. The man closes his eyes for the first sip and thanks him with a small bow. The owner replaces the tin's lid at once. Spices travel. The room should not carry cardamom into cups that did not invite it. Now and then a boy from the baths comes to fetch a pot of coffee for a barber across the lane. The owner brews 2 cups worth in the wide sazdi, pours into a small covered jug, and wraps it in a cloth. He ties the cloth with a flat knot that can be opened with one pull. The boy runs like a sparrow. He returns the jug before the foam can forget itself. Small errands like this turn streets into a family. Mid-morning brings a gentle hum. Dice click softly in their felt cup. Backgammon checkers walk their lanes. The nargile breathes a slow curl. A chair leg moves half an inch. The boy chips another packet of sugar into blue paper for the noon crowd. The owner roasts a second pen of beans, a shade darker now for men who ask for strong by hour rather than by word. He tastes a flake, not to judge, just to greet the roast. He watches the foam as it rises in the long-necked sazli. He knows the heat's mood today. It is slightly shy. He nudges the pot a finger nearer the heart and sees the surface lift like a held breath. He raises the pot, waits for the swell to sink, and then returns it. He pours his own small cupsade, a sip only, and lets it cool. He will drink it standing once about this time, and then not again until dusk. In many trades there is a private rule like this. It keeps the hand even. The boy steps to the door with the copper sprinkler and throws a fine rain across the threshold. The sawdust darkens, the lane smells new, dust lies down. The line of wet looks like a quiet border between street and room. Shoes cross, leave prints like petals, and then the prints fade. He glances at the cat. It has found the warmest square of floor, and taken it as a right. He would not move the animal for any guest. People who belong to rooms learn to step around other lives. The porter finishes his cup and leaves a single coin on the counter, weighing it with his palm for a heartbeat before releasing. He touches the brass oval again at the door, as if to say the day is real now. He goes. The owner cleans the sesame mouse with a rim cloth, counts horn spoons one more time, and smooths the promise page with his palm. He listens. He hears only good sounds, low voices, the soft push of air through a hose, the whisper of powder in the grinder, the tiny applause of beans cooling in a sieve. He looks up. Light rests on the tulip glasses and makes small ovals on the wall. Late morning approaches without announcement. The room is ready for it. The city will bring its errands and its news. The door will open and close. Cups will turn and rest. Foam will bloom and settle. Everything will do what it was made to do. At the pace a hand can keep, noon rounds the edge of the room and passes without fuss. Light leans a little wider. The grinder sings in short bursts. A backgammon game ends with the soft clicks and a smile that needs no words. The boy carries a tray with 2 cups and 2 waters. He balances by habit, not thought. The owner watches the foam as it rises, then eases each sesame back from the heart of the coals. He prefers the swell to the boil. Foam should arrive like breath, not like storm. A basket of simmet returns to the door. Fewer rings now, sesame scent lingers. A few crumbs fall to the sawdust and disappear when the broom makes one quiet pass. The cat opens one eye, decides nothing requires a cat, and sleeps again. A bee comes to the mint bowl, changes its mind, and leaves. Through the afternoon, customers come by pattern. The porter on his second round. A clerk with ink on his fingers who asks for order. A sailor who sits with his back to the wall, nursing a single shade while looking toward the strip of sky between roofs. 2 men fold paper over a short letter the owner wrote for them. One presses the fold with a thumbnail to keep the crease honest. Coffeehouses carried many small tasks, for the neighborhood letters drafted, news repeated, a meeting promised, a debt recorded with a word and a nod. Records and relationships travel together. Charcoal lowers a shade. The owner feeds the brazier with 2 fresh pieces and lets the tray warm again before he sets the pan near it. He roasts one last small batch, not dark, not pale enough for the late crowd that asked for strong, and then sits, as if the cup were a steady in hand. He lifts the sieve and tosses the beans. The sound is like rain on a small roof. The boy watches the color. He is learning to see doneness with his nose and ears. A storyteller stops at the door to ask after the screen. Not tonight. He accepts a cup and sits near the wall. He practices balance with a short stick in one palm, not to show off, only to keep muscle tone awake. When he leaves, he sets a single coin on the counter and taps the brass oval by the door twice for luck. The owner taps it once after in. Habit, not ritual. Quiet gratitude left on metal. Toward late day, the nargile breathes in its slow way. Leaf glows like the last coal in a stove. A man draws, rests, then answers a friend's remark with a single, low HMM. Not every place needs quick talk. Some rooms work like a long bench. You sit, you share warmth. You rise. The teacher pays his small account in coins and thanks the owner for the sweet set aside in the star-marked drawer. He speaks a brief verse. Not loud, then folds the cloth around his book and goes. The promise page gains one last tick when the boy smiles and points. Water for evening is set. Small squares of ink keep rush away from the edges of the day. Light thins. The street cools. A gull moves lower in the sky and glides toward the water, a white line crossing the blue. The owner chips a final parcel of sugar from the blue-wrapped tomorrow's first packet for the porter in case the wind bites. He writes the tiniest mark on the wrapper. That mark will greet him at dawn like a laid-out spoon. The last cups belong to men who finish work a shade later than others. A tailor wipes his hands on his apron and asks for Zekerli. A wood carrier drinks sade and rubs the ache from his shoulder with his thumb. They both stand up, while and then sit, as if their legs remembered sitting in this room better than in any other. Shadows climb the walls. The sign outside keeps its painted cup steady. The boy sprinkles a little water at the threshold with the copper sprinkler. Dust lies down for the night. Footprints soften. The lane takes on that quiet that belongs to early evening, the moment before lamps fully matter. When the city's quilt turns from day to dusk, patch by patch, closing begins without announcement. The owner rinses each Shasby and hangs it by its hook to dry, mouths down. He sweeps the sawdust into the brass pan and carries it to the bin. He empties the ashtray with small pride. Today's coals worked as planned. The grinder's drawer is brushed clean. The mortar and pestle, used for a pinch of cardamom, are wiped and left to air. He covers the jug with its cloth again. Night water should rest as day water did. Horn spoons are counted and set in their place. One with the tiny chip is tied with a string and a note for the horn worker by the gate. The dice go into the felt-lipped cup. The backgammon board closes with the softness of a well-made lid. A single tulip glass shows a smudge. The boy washes it and turns it mouth down on the towel. He uses the rim cloth only for rims, the counter cloth for counters, the floor cloth for floor. The knots and places he chose last night keep him from thinking. Hands know where to go. The ledger opens to the day and receives a neat line. Beans used, sugar chip, charcoal fed, small repairs promised. The owner writes one more note. Line the ceiling in spring, not for now, only for the mind to keep. He draws the closing mark he prefers, a short stroke that looks like a door softly shut. He ties the credit book with its twine. 3 names sleep inside, honest and small. The cat wakes for the last time and circles the empty tray. The owner pours a quiet saucer of water and sets it by the wall. He folds a scrap of wool to make a better bed there and smiles when the animal chooses it at once. The boy laughs in his sleeve so as not to embarrass either one. Neighbors pass the door, going home. A woman sends her son to ask whether the small bundle from the barber arrived. It did. The owner passes it across. He adds a sweet to the boy's palm because kindness wants to travel with messages. The boy nods, proud of his cargo, and disappears like a stitch pulled through cloth. Lamps lower. Wicks are trimmed with the little brass scissors. One lamp remains at a whisper. It paints a soft oval on the counter and lays a faint gold on the tulip glasses. The ceiling's smoke bloom is quiet as a cloud that chooses to stay. The room smells of coffee, soap, and warm wood. It is a good end. Keys come from the hook. Locks answer with their polite click. The coin drawer sighs and closes. The cupboard's iron tongue slides into place. The door tilts to the threshold. The bright brass oval at hand height takes one more touch, then rests. The owner and the boy place their palms on the wood for the length of a breath, thanks, not ceremony. The hook lifts and falls. The street receives them. Night outside feels kind. The lane holds the day's warmth at knee height, and cool above that, a watchman's call passes, then fades. The city is a quilt again, small squares of light, wide squares of dark, seams of sound that keep it together. The shop behind them keeps its one lamp, the room's tiny star, to greet itself if it wakes. Morning will repeat itself in right ways. Coals, water, roast, grind, stir, lift, pour, foam, serve. Cups will return to palms that know them. The ledger will open and receive lines that make work honest and small. But for now the room is asleep, and the city is listening to its own slow heart. And as the last lamp settles to a seat of glow and the coffeehouse rests, we can drift to a very different warmth, the pale steam of a maple sugar house in late winter, where tin buckets ping and a shallow pan murmurs over a brick arch in the Vermont woods. The woods are blue before sunrise. Snow has a soft crust. It carries the shape of last night's wind. Trunks rise like quiet pillars. Buckets hang in rows that follow the old stone wall. Each bucket is tin, round, and patient, with a little lid like a small hat. When a drop of sap falls, the bucket answers with a clear, soft ping that sounds like a bell far away. A man walks the path between the maples. His boots make a shallow squeak on the crust, then a hush where the snow is soft. His breath is steady. Across his shoulders lies a wooden yoke. From each end hangs a swinging pail. The pails touch one another when he steps and speak in a low tin note. The sound belongs to late winter here. It means the nights still freeze and the days think about thaw. That is when the sap runs. Each tree shows a small round scar where an auger bit met the bark a week ago. The hole goes just into the sapwood, not deep. A metal spile, bright when new, sits in the hole like a beak. Sap threads from it and drops into the bucket. The drops are slow at first. Then they choose a rhythm. Sap looks like water. It smells like cold air and a hint of sweetness, so faint a tongue knows it better than a nose. He lifts a lid, tips the bucket, and pours clear sap into his pail. The metal sings in a quiet way. He looks at the flow from the spile and nods. That tree likes this weather. Another tree 2 stones away gives less. Each maple has its own idea. He moves on, lid, pour. Tip the bucket back to hang straight. In this work, small straightnesses collect into ease later. At a stump, he rests the yoke on a pair of crossed sticks that wait there. The pails stop moving and settle into their own stillness. He straightens and breathes. Steam from the sugar house is not visible yet. It will be soon. He looks down the slope and can almost see the path the sled will take. There is a stack of cordwood by the sugar house. It stands like a short wall with tidy ends. When the arch is hot, that wood will turn to heat and then to sweet mist. He carries on. At one tree an old wooden spout remains from another year. He keeps it for memory. Now most neighbors use metal spiles. They last. They sit clean in the bark. He knows where the drill bit slept last night, wrapped in oiled cloth near the arch. Tools like a dry bed. By the time the pails are full, the woods are bright enough to read the ridges in the snow. He sets the yoke and waits for the team. The horse knows the path and comes without a call, breath pluming. The sled is low and has a big barrel lashed crosswise, bung open to drink what pails will give. He tips the pails, left and right, and sap answers in a quick, clear stream. It sounds like pouring glass beads. The barrel takes it and keeps no scent. Sap, this thin and this cold, wants to be clean. Back at the Sugarhouse, the day has the color of pewter. Tin buckets line up on a bench. The door stands open. Inside, a brick arch holds a shallow pan that has learned to murmur when heat touches it. The roof has a cupola with louvers. They will open soon. Steam needs a door of its own. When it leaves, it will carry a smell like warm wood and faint candy. It will sit on coats and hair. It will walk home with people and make the whole house gentle. He pulls on a pair of mitts lined with wool. He lays kindling. He sets to lengths of split maple across the arch and listens until the fire finds a breath. No hurry. A good fire grows like a calm thought. He nudges coals with a flat iron and feeds the heart of the arch until it glows like apple skin under a lamp. The pan stands empty for a moment, bright as a mirror that dreams of clouds. Sap comes in on a yoke, then in pails, then in the barrel. He tips the first clean pail into the warming pan. Sap spreads thin and makes a sound like a whisper. He adds more and keeps adding until the pan holds a shallow lake. The first steam is shy. Then it strengthens. The louvers open. The ceiling learns to breathe. He skims foam with a ladle. The foam is white at first, then pale amber. He tips it into a little bucket and carries it to a corner where snow waits. The snow eats the heat and leaves a small clear puddle, day after day. These drops gather into nothing. The work is in the movement, not in what is saved. A thermometer? No, not yet. He reaches for a tool that is older. A hydrometer lies in a tall, narrow cup. It looks like a glass reed with a little paper scale sealed inside. When the syrup thickens later, he will float the hydrometer. When the ring sits at the mark, it will tell him the sugar is ready for a last finish. A number is helpful. A wrist and an eye still rule. In many sugar houses now, both are trusted, the glass for calm truth, the hand for living sense. He checks the flues under the pan. They run along the bottom like shallow channels, making more hot surface. This is a flue pan, not just a flat pan. It moves the boil forward while wood feeds the back. He listens. Boiling sap talks in tiny voices. At the near end, it whispers. In the middle, it murmurs. At the far end, where syrup will be drawn off later, it has a lower voice, as if it knows itself better. Outside, someone arrives with another load, a neighbor. He helps without saying much. This work makes neighbors like timbers in a frame, each holding the other at right angles. They pour. The barrel lowers a finger. They nod and go again. The horse stands with one hip easy and watches. A jay scolds from a hemlock. The bird is a bright slash against the pail. Inside, the man lays another stick in the arch and opens the small door to stare into the red. He learns the fire the way a weaver learns tension. Too much stick, and the pan snarls. Too little, and the boil loses its voice. The right fire uses wood like a line uses ink. Steady, not stingy. Not wild. On a peg hangs a cloth filter, clean and dry. Flannel or felt, sewn into a bag. Later, when syrup leaves the finishing pan, He will pour it through the warm cloth to lift what the boil left behind: sugar, sand, tiny crystals that give a faint grit if they stay. The cloth will catch them. The syrup will pour like a slow ribbon into tins or a kettle. He keeps the filter ready in a quiet way that means he trusts the day to ask for it. A boy runs in with two fresh pails. His cheeks are bright from cold air. He sets the pails by the door and steps into the steam with a small sound of pleasure. Steam here is not sharp. It is soft. It carries a sweetness that fills the mouth before the tongue tastes it. He asks nothing. He stands near the arch and holds his hands out, palms down, just for the feeling of heat climbing from the fire brick. After a minute he goes, because hands are wanted in the woods where buckets keep their music. By mid-morning, the pan shows a deeper color where boiling gathers. Foam comes faster. Skimming settles into the same rhythm as feeding the fire. The shovel slides. The ladle lifts. The steam makes the ceiling shine with small drops. The louvers breathe them out, a line of icicles outside. The cupola thickens where steam meets air that still belongs to night. On a beam hangs a little tin dipper. He fills it with boiling sap and sips when it cools on a spoon. It tastes like sweet water with a memory of smoke. Not syrup yet, not even clothes. He smiles and sets the dipper back. In this work, "not yet" is a friendly phrase. It says the day still holds room. A note on a wall board reminds him of other shapes sweetness takes. Sugar on snow when the pan nears finish. A ladle of thick syrup poured onto a pan of fresh snow, eaten with a fork along with a sour pickle to keep the mouth awake. A cake of maple sugar poured into little tin molds shaped like leaves. In this decade, tins have become more common than carved wooden forms. They release clean. They make sharp edges that please the eye. These are end-of-day thoughts. He lets them pass like sunlight through smoke. He looks again into the fire and reads the coals. He moves a stick a hand width and closes the small door. He listens for the change in the boil. It answers at once. The near end laughs a little more. The far end lowers its voice. He lays his hand on the pan's rim, quick and careful. He knows by the warmth that wood is needed in 3 minutes, not now. He wipes his hand on his trouser leg and laughs quietly at his own foolishness. This is not a test to repeat. Still, the body likes to count with skin now and then. Sap comes, sap goes, buckets ping, then hush as they empty. The horse drinks from a hole cut in the brook. The boy rubs its neck and says something quiet into the mane. The sound is not a word that matters. It is the kind of talk that keeps animals sure they are seen. By late morning, the steam is pale and generous. It strokes the rafters. It curls into light. It carries a far hint of caramel. The man lifts the hydrometer cup for the first time and fills it from the far end of the pan. He floats the glass reed. It sits too low as expected. He lifts it, taps it once, reads the line, and sets it aside without disappointment. This work knows how to enjoy not yet. Wood goes into the arch again. Sap into the pan. Foam into the snow. The ladle pauses. The shovel slides. The door swings on a hinge that creaks like a word it learned long ago. A kettle waits by the finish fire. Tins sit on a shelf, bright as small moons. In the corner, a stack of molds in leaf shapes and little squares waits like a set of quiet toys. The Sugarhouse holds all this without hurry. brick, pan, sap, steam, wood, snow, buckets, spile, sled, horse, yoke, mitts, hydrometer, dipper, filter, tins. A list like that is not a poem here. It is a map of touch. Each thing will be taken up and set down many times before dusk. Each thing plays a part that cannot be rushed if the syrup is to pour like a slow ribbon and shine like a window at evening. Outside, the sun finds the bark of the big maples and makes them look warm, though the air still has a bite. The buckets answer with pings that come closer together. The boy's steps tap a steady beat on the crust. The horse snorts once and shakes its bridle. The sled runners whisper over snow, then sing a bright, short song on a patch of ice. The day has chosen its pace. By late morning the Sugarhouse speaks in three voices. The pan whispers at the near end, where sap first meets heat. The middle answers with a soft, steady murmur. The draw-off corner holds a lower tone. Patient and sure, steam goes up through the cupola and leaves a pale band on the rafters that will dry white by nightfall. He feeds the arch again. Split sticks go in on a slant so air can walk between them. Flames lean, then settle. The door shuts with a familiar iron note. Draft pulls through the firebox and along the flues under the pan. He watches the boil change a shade brighter. This is the small grammar of the work. Wood, draft, surface, sound. A sentence written without ink. Sap arrives in a steady trickle from the warming tank, which sits above and behind the pan. It takes the edge off the cold before the sap joins the boil. The new thread slides under a float, then bends into the first channel. In this flue pan, heat touches more places at once. The sap moves forward like a slow river through shallows. What enters thin as water will leave as something that coats a spoon. He skins foam with the ladle, quick and calm. The foam is fine now, not large. He pulls the thin skin to the side and lowers the ladle into a waiting bucket. The bucket stands in snow at the door. Steam drifts around his face and lays a faint sweetness on his beard. He wipes his sleeve once and smiles at the mild stickiness. This is the scent that goes home with everyone today. Jackets, mittens, hair, even the horse will carry it. A neighbor steps in and stamps snow from his boots. He brings a bundle of split wood on one shoulder, then more from the sled. Cordwood stands like a low fence along the wall. He sets new sticks so the hottest ones are nearest the door. Heat dries the next row without flame. Fuel stored warm burns kinder. In most sheds here, this simple order saves hands and hours over a season. Lunch comes in a quiet way. A heel of bread, a wedge of cheese wrapped in cloth, an apple cut into four, a tin cup of coffee that tastes faintly of smoke. They eat with backs to the steam so the bread stays dry. A scrap of talk fits between bites. The neighbor mentions snow still deep on the north side of stone walls and a fox track that crossed the lane at dawn. Nothing urgent. The day prefers small news. He lifts the hydrometer cup and fills it from the hot end of the pan. The glass reed floats. It sits higher than it did earlier, but still shy of the mark. He taps the cup on the board to free bubbles and reads again. Almost. He pours the sample back, not wasting a spoonful. In this decade, many farm families still aim for sugar more than for bottled syrup, because cakes and bricks keep without spoiling when the cellar turns warm. Syrup, Two is made, but granulated sugar pays well and stores easily. He will decide later which way this batch will go. The boy returns, cheeks flushed, and empties two pails into the barrel by the door. He hangs the pails upside down on pegs so they drain. He rubs his hands before the open arch door, and then closes it softly with a mittened palm. He asks with his eyes whether sugar on snow will happen today. The man grins and nods toward the little note pinned to the beam. Not yet. If the draw-off runs thick before dusk, there will be time. The boy has learned to accept later as a good word. A small draft sneaks under the door. The boy shifts tone. He checks the firebox and pulls a stick forward. The flame resumes its even reach. He drops a handful of spent foam on the snow outside the door. The white collapses into a clear patch with a tiny hiss. The boy runs a finger through it and laughs at the cool sweet. Then he wipes his hand on his coat and returns to the buckets. Tin cans 2-quart size stand on a shelf above the finished kettle. Their seams shine with fresh solder. Beside them sit earthen jugs with cork stoppers. Some families prefer tins, some stoneware. He will warm whatever he uses before filling. Warm containers welcome syrup, cold ones ask it to cease. A row of little leaf molds waits as well. They look like toys but hold serious sweetness when the day ends. The finished kettle hangs from an iron crane at the side fire. When the pan's last channel turns the right shade and weight, he will draw off into that kettle and mind the final degrees there. A cloth filter hangs ready on a frame, clean and dry, stitched from thick felt that will catch sugar sand, the fine grit formed from minerals in sap niter, they call it here. Filtering keeps the syrup clear and gentle on the tongue. The cloth works best when warm, so he drapes it near the arch where steam can keep it supple. He dips a tin spoon into the far corner of the pan. He lifts and watches how the liquid falls. It no longer drips and drops. It slides together in a narrow ribbon that breaks close to the spoon. The spoon tells as much as the glass does. He tastes the edge, careful of heat. The sweetness is full now, round and bright, not thin. He nods and feeds the arch again to hold the boil steady while the last water leaves. The hydrometer reads within a finger of the line. He pulls the pin at the draw-off spout and lets a small stream run into the finished kettle. The sound changes in the room, a softer, slower pour. He catches the first cup and returns it to the pan. Then the flow steadies, and the kettle receives. He closes the spout, stirs the kettle with a wooden paddle, and swings the iron crane so the kettle sits just above a smaller fire. Here he can shepherd the last degree without jostle. A little too hot makes tandy too soon. A little shy makes thin syrup that will cloud in the jar. The finish is where hands earn their winter's talk. He warms the cloth filter with steam until it drapes like heavy wool. He sets it in a funnel frame over a clean pail and pours a ladle from the kettle through the cloth. It falls in a slow, clear sheet. A fine line of pale grit clings to the inside of the filter. He rinses the cloth with a dipper of hot sap from the pan and keeps going. The filtered syrup in the pail looks like amber held up to snow. A draft of cold air lifts in the cupola. The louvers rattle once, and then still, outside, wind peeks up from the west. Buckets ping faster where the sun reaches. He glances at the warming tank and opens the float a hair so the pan stays fed. Many small adjustments spread through the day hold the whole steady. He draws a little syrup back onto the ladle and lets it drip. The ribbon turns slow and stays together longer now, then falls in a flat sheet near the end. He breathes out, long and quiet. He takes the hydrometer once more, slides it into the tall cup filled from the kettle, and watches the line settle to the mark. He smiles without speaking. The boy, back with empty pails, sees the smile and stands on his toes. Soon, the man says, the boy nods and runs to fetch a pan of clean snow from outside. He brings it careful as a crown. He sets it on a bench away from ash and ladle splashes. He smooths the surface with the back of a spoon. The neighbor grins, even grown hands like this. Before the treat, containers must be filled. He lines 2 tins on a board, warms them by the side fire, and dries their mouths with a clean square. He sets a metal funnel in the first and pours a steady thread of filtered syrup until the level sits just below the seam. He caps at once. He wraps the seam with a cloth to press air out. He wipes the small drip that always comes and sets the tin on a rack. Stoneware gets the same. Cork goes in while both jug and syrup are warm, so the seal will settle tight. Now the small joy. He tilts the kettle and lets a thin stream fall onto the snow in long curves. It stiffens at once. He hands a wooden fork to the boy, who lifts the amber ribbon and lays it on a plate beside a pickle spear. This pairing has a simple sense. Sweet and sharp keep each other friendly. The neighbor eats a strip slowly, eyes half closed, as if listening to a fiddle far off. The man takes a narrow piece for himself and lets it melt on his tongue. Then he returns to the ladle without a word. A short note of practice belongs here. In the 1890s, many farms still sugared off, turning most of the run into cakes and granulated sugar for storage. Syrup in tins and jugs traveled to town, but sugar in blocks paid as well or better and kept through summer heat without worry. Later, grated bottled syrup would come into its own. For now, both aims share the arch. Today feels like a syrup day, with a pan or two kept back for candy at dusk. The afternoon settles into a steady braid of tasks. Draw a little, finish a little, filter, fill, skin, fire. The horse drinks again. The boy checks the path for ice and sends a short slope with stove ash. The neighbor stacks split wood closer to the door. Steam keeps writing its soft script against the rafters and leaving white commas where drops cooled and dried. The pan keeps its river, thin at one end, heavy at the other. The hydrometer rests, its work done for the hour. Outside, the sun climbs the last hand's width and begins to drift toward the reach. Shadows fall longer on the stone wall. The buckets continue their faint metal talk, a music that belongs only to this season between hard winter and early mud. The Sugarhouse holds its warmth like a heart and gives enough away to make a small halo in the air over the roof. Afternoon lengthens, and the light inside the Sugarhouse turns mellow. The pan's voices hold their parts. Whisper at the head, murmur in the middle. A low, certain talk at the draw. Steam rises in folds. It slips through the open louvers and hangs in the cold like soft cloth before it vanishes. Wood goes in on rhythm. 2 short splits, end to end, then a longer one leaned at an angle so air can walk under. The door shuts with its iron note. Draft pulls. Flames stretch, then settle. He watches that change as if he were reading. It is not a trick. It is a language between hand fire and sap. The warming tank feeds a thin thread. Sap joins the first channel calm, not shocked. He taps the float once with a knuckle. It answers with a small bob and keeps its place. This saving of heat-warming thin sap before it meets the bore belongs to the newer pans with flues. The idea has spread farm to farm the last decade. It makes less waste. It makes a kinder boil. He skims, the ladle gathers delicate foam and lays it in the bucket by the door. Snow receives it and turns sweet for a blink, then plain again. The rafters glitter with tiny beads before the cupola's breath lifts them away. A smell like toasted nut lives at the back of the tongue. He smiles without thinking at how winter's last weeks give this gift. The boy returns with pails and brings a news scrap that is small and pleasing. The fox print has a second set beside it, naked feet the size of a thumb. The man nods, sap, fire, fox, kit. The woods list their own ordinary wonders while the pan keeps its work. On the shelf, tins warm by the side fire. He tips them a little to be sure heat reaches the seams. Stoneware jugs stand close by, their shoulders turned toward the brick. Corks nest in a bowl like pale acorns. He lays them on the warmer side so they will go in soft. A stiff cork fights and bruises the mouth. A warm cork slides and seals. He draws from the pan in a patient thread, then swings the finished kettle in above the small side fire. He stirs with a broad wooden paddle. The surface pulls in slow circles. He dips and lets a ribbon fall from the ladle. The ribbon holds together, then flattens at the last inch. He waits a breath, then sets the hydrometer in the tall cup and watches it come to the line. There. He pours through the felted filter, now warm and settled into its frame. The filtered syrup lands in the pail clear as glass warmed by evening. He wipes jar mouths with a clean square and pours a thin, even stream through the funnel. The sound is low and friendly. A tin fills to the seam. He caps it, wraps his hand in cloth, and presses the seam gently from side to seat it. A second tin, a third. The line on the board grows. He writes with a soft pencil on the lid, place, date, the shorthand he likes for today's run, the held color, the way the steam behaved, a simple mark that will mean something when summer light makes memory slippery. Not all will be syrup. In a shallow pan set aside, he pours a portion to stir off into sugar later. Sugar wants attention. When it decides to turn, the paddle will travel the same road over and over, and crystals will begin like frost on a window. They will grow from thread to sand, from sand to delicate gravel, from gravel to bright crumbs that pour like dry grain. In the 1890s, many families still keep sugar in bricks and in granulated store jars for market. Syrup sells, too, but sugar rides better in heat. He glances at the shallow pan and lets it wait. The kettle first. The neighbor sets another armload of split wood along the wall. He turns the outer sticks ends out so the cut faces catch warmth. He checks the ash bucket, not full. He knocks the grate once with the shovel and listens to the drop. Air moves freer. The boil rises. A finger, not more. A quiet good passes between men without sound. On a peg a small brush made of broom corn hangs. He uses it to dust sugar sand from the filters outside between pours. The felt works best when clean and hot. If grit clogs it, the stream slows and the syrup cools in the wrong place. Warm. Clean felt asks syrup to pass like a calm creek under ice. The boy scrapes a path at the door with a flat board to keep boots from tracking snow into the fire's lane. He brings a pan of fresh snow and sets it on the bench again, smooth as glass for later. He adds a bucket of clean water to the corner, near the dipper that serves only hands and mouths. Tools drink from another bucket. He learned that difference the first week. The mind forgets less when the room itself teaches. Shadows turn long on the stone wall outside. The pings from buckets change pace. Where the sun still reaches, drops are lively. Where shade has fallen, they slow to a thoughtful time. The horse paws once at the packed snow near the sled and then rests, hip easy. The boy rubs its neck and looks at the froth where breath met air along the bridle. He smiles at how even a rope can gather winter. He fills to more tins. He fills a jug and seals it. He wipes each mouth, then sets each filled thing on a board that angles a little so bubbles will rise away from the seam. He keeps count with 4 small pebbles on the sill. 1 pebble moves from left to right for each container done. If someone speaks, the pebbles keep truth. When work lasts many hours, pebbles remember better than a busy head. A side note rides the fog. Later, buyers will ask grades fancy, medium, darker with words that change slightly by valley and by store. The 1890s no categories, but not the glass panel formality that will arrive later. Here the eye, the tongue, and the storekeeper's memory agree on what is fair. Clear and light fetches more coin for table. Darker goes into kitchens and into candy and is loved for its stronger voice. He checks the shallow pan for sugaring off. It is hot, but not ready. He leaves it and returns to the kettle. He pours through the felt again, careful not to flood it. A thread is better than a rope. The filtered syrup lies in the pail like amber that learned to move. He dips the funnel tip in hot water and shakes it once so the next pour will not drag. The neighbor lifts the hydrometer cup and holds it for him. The glass reed floats to the line with no wobble. The men exchange the satisfaction of a job behaving. No one raises a voice. Maple work likes voices that match the steam low and steady. The boy brings news from the line of buckets that follow the old stone wall, a woodpecker trying the tin lid as if it were bark. He grins and minds the quick head tap. The man laughs quietly and says the bird will learn. He lifts the finished kettle a finger higher off the side fire as the last of this draw thickens. He does not want a surprise turn to candy yet. Candy will have its own hour. He stirs slow and watches the surface. The ribbon from the ladle now holds and lays itself down with a soft, flat sigh. The hydrometer says enough. He filters the last of the kettle and fills 2 more tins and 1 jug. Pebbles move. He writes the neat pencil marks. Between tasks, he wipes the rim of the main pan with a damp cloth to lift any fine crust. The pan thanks him with a smoother roll at the edge. Little care, spread thin, keeps the daylight. Now the shallow pan. He swings it to a quieter corner where a small brick ring keeps a modest flame. He stirs. The paddle's path is a figure 8, slow repeating. The surface dulls a shade. He watches. then stops stirring for a breath. Tiny crystals show like frost across a window pane. He begins again, patient. The mass thickens. It resists a little, then more. He speaks once to the boy without looking up. Bring the sugar tubs. 2 wooden tubs appear, scrubbed and dry, with clean cloths ready to lay across the top. He keeps stirring. The mass turns from shine to satin, and from satin to green. The sound of the paddle changes, less slap, more whisper. He lifts the paddle. It holds a shape. He smiles inside his face. He tips the pan slowly into the tub, guides with the paddle, and evens the surface. It will cool and set. Later, he will lift it out in blocks and crumble some for granulated sugar. The boy inhales the sweet steam and says nothing because speaking would be like tapping on a sleeping cat. The sun pulses the ridge line. The woods take on the mild gold that belongs to 1 hour each clear day. Sap slows where cold reaches first. Buckets talk less loud. The man draws one last small thread from the pan and lets it run to the finished kettle. He will hold the boil to a quiet walk now, so the pan can end the day tidy and the brick can keep some heat for the first stick in the morning. He washes the felt filter in a pail of hot sap. He does not use cold water. Cold shocks and stiffens it. Hot sap rinses sugar sand away and leaves the felt ready. He hangs it on a peg near the arch to dry into warm kindness. He rinses the funnel. He wipes the ladle. Tools sleep better when cleaned before the hand is tired. On the bench, tins and jugs sit in a neat company. Pencil marks show place, date, run. The granulated sugar tub breathes a faint heat. Its surface looks like a new path after snow, a little rough. Easy to read. He checks the path by touch and lifts his hand with a grain or two stuck to the skin. He grins once, private and small. The horse stamps. The boy gives it the last handful of oats from the small sack and rubs under the forelock where the skin itches when sweat dries. The animal leans into the hand, pleased. He brings a scoop of clean snow to the dog that has joined them near the door, and the dog licks the snow and looks bewildered, and then content, as if refreshing its own idea of cold. He banks the fire in the arch a finger, not out, not roaring. A coal's bed that will answer kindly to 1 match in the morning. The warming tank's float is set to shut when the level reaches a mark he knows by on the pan side. He likes to leave the river there not dry, not overflowing, so the pan sleeps easy. The louvers stay open until the last draft carries moisture away. Then they will close to keep the roof from frosting inside. Outside, the line to the far maples still gives a little. He will make 1 more round with the yoke before full dusk, and then hang the pails to drain. Tin makes a tiny language in the wind. It says, "Tomorrow." He answers without words by setting the yoke on his shoulders and checking the straps. Inside, warmth holds. Syrup glows in tins like stored sunset. The granulated pan cools toward its own quiet. Steam lessens and makes a final pale ribbon at the cupola before it thins to nothing. He looks once around at brick pan, tools, and shelves, and the look is the same he gives a field after a good hay day. Not pride exactly, more a settled relief that work behaved. The woods lean toward blue again. The road will shine where sled runners polished it. The stone wall will keep its snow hat for 1 more night. Buckets will talk a little, then be still. The sugar house will breathe like a big, warm animal in the dark. Dusk arrives like a slow turn of the wrist. The woods cool from gold to pewter, then to a deep blue that remembers snow. The sugar house keeps its own small sun. Fire glows under brick. Steam softens the rafters. The pan talks in quiet syllables, lower now settled. He makes a last round with the yoke before full dark. Buckets hang at measured heights along the maples. Some are nearly full again from the hour of late light. Some only a third. He tips each into the pails, listening for the clean tin note that says the lip is clear. The crust on the path takes his boot well. Runners will pass here at first light. He leaves the buckets canted so a breath of air can dry the inside. Lids rest easy against bark. Tin holds its small shine in the last of the day. Back inside, he lays to splits onto the coals and shuts the iron door to a thumb's width. The draft threads itself steady. He does not want a lively boil now. Evening wants a long breath. He skims once more at the near end of the pan. Foam is fine as lace. A lift of the ladle gathers it. Snow eats it without a fuss, turning sweet for a blink, then plain again. The boy comes in with a pan of clean snow. He sets it on the bench away from Hesh and smiles the way boys do when a favorite part is near. The neighbor laughs without sound and reaches for a pickle crock. He draws two spears from cool brine and lays them on a plate. The pairing looks odd to strangers. Here it is a winter truth, sharp keeps sweet awake. The Finnish kettle takes its last gentle heat. He stirs with a broad paddle. The syrup pulls in slow rings and gives back light like the inside of a shell. He dips and lets a ribbon fall. It holds, then flattens, then folds itself quiet on the surface. He checks with the glass reed in the tall cup. The line sits where it should. He pours through the felted filter and watches the clear sheet descend to the pail. The felt carries a pale dust sugar sand caught where it will not trouble teeth. He rinses the cloth with hot sap and hangs it near the arch to dry into kindness. Tins warm along the side fire. Stoneware jugs wait with soft corks nested nearby. He pours through a funnel in a steady thread. Tin fills to the seam. Cap seats. Cloth presses the lid's edge smooth. Pencil writes the brief truth on top. Ridgefield, today's date, the held color. Jugs take their turn. Cork goes in while both jug and syrup are warm. A warm cork thinks like the jug and stays. He sets the filled tins on a board with a slight tilt so air can rise away from the seam. Pebbles on the sill walk right again, one for each piece finished. If talk interrupts, the pebbles remember. In a long day, small memory tools earn their keep. The shallow pan for sugaring off sits over its little brick ring. He stirs with patience and watches shine change to satin. He stops a moment. Frost of crystals forms across the surface like a thought becoming words. He begins again, slow figure eats. The mass thickens. The paddle makes a softer sound, almost a brush. He tips into a wooden tub and evens the top with long strokes. Heat leaves the surface in a gentle shimmer. Tomorrow this will lift as cakes. Some will crumble to bright grains that pour like dry sand. Steam thins, the louvers remain open until the last wet leaves the roof. Icicles at the cupola lip have grown long, fat where steam kissed cold. They gleam with a fade amber near their roots. The boy points and grins. He knows better than to break them. They are the Sugarhouse's own winter. Beard. He banks the arch. Coals tuck under ash. The iron door closes to a coin's thickness. A bit of red remains for morning. He scrapes the great ones and listens to the drop. Air will find a path at dawn. The warming tank's float is set to shut at the shallow ring he trusts. The pan will sleep with a quiet inch, ready to wake to thin sap and a slow first boil. Now the small feast. He tilts a ladle of thick syrup and lays a slow stream on the pan of snow, drawing loops and long commas. It tightens at once. The boy lifts a strand with a wooden fork. It bends, then snaps with a modest crack. He eats a narrow strip, then a bite of pickle, then another strip. The neighbor does the same and laughs with his eyes closed. The man takes one piece and lets it melt without chewing. Sweet rides the breath. Brian brings the tongue back to earth. They stand like that for a minute with steam on their faces and snow in their hands. Then the ladle returns to its hook and work resumes as if nothing special happened at all. A dog noses the door, finds warm boards, and curls under a bench. The horse stamps once outside and blows into the night air. The boy carries a scoop of oats and rubs the soft place under the forelock. The horse leans into the hand and makes a low, happy sigh. He sets a fresh armload of split wood near the door where tomorrow's first reach can be short. He wipes the pan rim with a damp cloth. He rinses the ladle and hangs it. He swishes the hydrometer cup with hot sap and sets it upside down on a peg. He rinses the tall funnel and lays it where warm air will dry it. Tools that sleep clean wake Willie. He runs a cloth over the bench and stirs a little sawdust into the wet to keep boards from swelling. A small floor broom makes two slow passes. The place settles. On the shelf sit the day's tins in a neat company, lids centered, pencil marks legible. Jugs line behind them like calm neighbors. The sugar tub breathes a little heat. Its surface shows a tiny network of cracks that grow as it cools. He touches a corner with his fingertip, lifts a grain or two, smiles without teeth, and wipes his hand on his pant leg. Outside, the last pails hang mouth down to drain. He leaves lids tipped so air can pass. Spiles stay in the trees. This run is not done. When the season ends, he will pull them, dress the holes with nothing but time, and let the trees knit themselves whole. The old wooden spout of one tree stays for memory. Metal spiles carry most of the year's work now, but the eye likes a relic. Night fully arrives, the woods turning blue. Stars come one by one, slow as sap, sound changes. Buckets stop their pinging, the brook keeps a low, even talk where the horse drinks, somewhere. A barred owl asks its old question into the trees. The Sugarhouse answers without words by holding. A little heat and a little light. He wraps each filled tin in paper to keep soot hands from printing the shine. He lines them in a crate with straw at the corner so road jolt will not argue with seams. A pencil circle on the crate lid marks this run for the East store. The jugs will ride to the village too, set between folded sackcloths that keep corks from chafing. In town, a grocer will stand on a board floor and press a thumb into each cork, then nod. The coat is short. It has worked for years. He hangs mitts near the arch mouth where they will dry, not scorch. He turns the yoke's hooks inward so no one will catch a sleeve. He places the auger bit back in its oiled cloth near the brick so it will be warm to the hand at dawn. He banks the side fire until it shows only a friendly red. He tips the snow pan outside and watches the amber lace break and vanish into the drift. Sweet returns to plain. That is the day's temper. The boy sweeps the threshold and shakes the mat. He leans the shovel head down by the door. He hangs the dipper high where curious hands will need a stool to reach it. He counts pebbles on the sill back to their leftmost place so tomorrow can begin at 0. He rubs his palms together and blows warmth into them because the movement feels good, not because he is cold. The warmth of the day sits in him like a second shirt. They step outside for a breath. The Sugarhouse sends a column of warmer air up through the cupola and into the cold. It looks like a pale flag hanging straight in windless dark. The reed shows as a black line against a sky pricked with very fine stars. The path back to the house shines where sled runners polished it. Somewhere a barn door rests against its latch with a low wooden hum that never changes. Back inside, he cracks the ash door with the flat of his glove to be sure he finds a long path through the brick. He shuts it again. He touches the pan's rim once, quick as a greeting. He runs his hand along the crate slats as if saying, "See you in the morning." He looks at the filter, clean and drying, at the kettle, empty and shining, at the pegs with their orderly tools, at the small broom hanging straight. Everything looks right. Right is not fancy. Right is ready without tension. He pulls the door to. The iron latch settles. He tests it with a small lift and a small drop. It speaks the sound he knows. The boy listens for it too and smiles. They stand a moment in the quiet just outside, letting their coats take on a little cold. So the house will feel warmer when they open that door. The walk back is short. Snow says faint things under their boots. The dog trots ahead and finds its place by the kitchen step. Inside, the house will smell of wool, bread, and a little smoke. Hands will warm around cups. Someone will ask whether the hydrometer made its line and whether the sugar tub sang when it turned satin. He will answer in small words and a look that says the day was good. Behind them, the Sugarhouse keeps a low heart. Coals hold their red. The pan rests at its inch. The louvers stand open a little to let the last damp go. Tools cool where hands place them. Syrup waits in tins with pencil marks that will read clearly even when summer light makes memory. Soft, the place sleeps in its order. Night holds steady. Stars settle like pinheads above the black line of the ridge. The Sugarhouse keeps a low glow, a quiet heart behind boards that smell of sap and smoke inside. Warmth sits in layers. Bricks slow heat, timbers stored day. The soft exhale of syrup cooling in tins. He lifts one tin, turns it to the lamplight, and checks the seam. No weep. He draws a thumb across the lid to feel the centered fit. Penciled marks on top stay simple. Ridge name, today's date, a small sign only he uses to remember the run's color. He stacks the tins in a crate lined with straw, corner blocks set so nothing rubs. A lid slides on and receives one neat nail at each end. The crate looks like a wooden pillow, plain, square, and common. Stoneware jugs follow. He presses each cork with the heel of his hand and listens for the soft seat. Tub wants to be sure. In summer, cool cellar air will hold the seal. In winter, cork and clay think the same thoughts. He ties a strip of cloth around each neck to give fingers a warm place to hold on cold mornings. The shallow pan of sugaring off rests. A thin bloom dulls the top. He draws the edge of a clean board across the surface. The mass breaks along tiny lines and sets again. He lifts one corner with the paddle and lets it fold back. Satin has turned to fine grain. Tomorrow he will tip the cake onto a board and break it into bright crumbs with a wooden mallet. Today, the tub simply breathes. The felted filter hangs by the arch, dry and easy. He rubs the cloth between finger and thumb. No grit remains. He folds it and lays it in a clean bag, then tucks the bag into a low drawer that smells faintly of cedar. Tools put away warm carry a kindness into morning. The hydrometer cup rests upside down on its peg. The glass reed lies in a cloth sleeve, safe from elbows. With a short-handled brush he sweeps fine ash from the arch lip and heaves the ash bucket to the frozen place by the stone wall. Ash will dry the path tomorrow where thaw finds a slope. Some will sift into the hen yard when the snow thins. Keeping mud modest around busy feet, nothing here is only one thing. He opens the ash door with a glove and watches the bed of coals. Red glows in the middle as if a slough were opened there. He lays two small splits on top no more than the weight of a wrist and eases the iron shut to a coin's width. Heat will knit itself together and stay until first light. He closes the cupola louvers halfway. Moisture can leave. Heat can remain. A house sleeps better with its window set just right. The boy folds the yoke straps and hangs them on their peg with hooks turned in so sleeves will not catch in the dark. He lays the auger wrapped in oiled cloth near the brick's warm flank. He lines emptied pails along the wall with mouths down. He tips each lid so air can pass. A small rap with knuckles on each tells him they sit true. He counts in his head. The count comes out even. He nods. The dog has found the exact circle of floor where brick heat and cool air meet. It curls and unrolls like a slow spring, then sighs a sound that feels like gratitude. He leaves it there while he checks the door latch. A dog knows how to choose the perfect square of room. He sets a small, broad-backed ledger on the bench and writes in pencil. Not a story. Just a line for sap hauled by the barrel, wood fed by the armload, tins filled, jugs corked, one tub sugared. Beside the numbers he draws a tiny mark for wind from the west, and a dot for the fox kit tracks the boy saw at the stone wall. These are not necessary to math, but they matter to memory. Years from now he will read that dot and feel the same kind of day arrive through the window. He lifts a tin dipper and pours a little hot sap into a mug, not syrup thin, barely sweet, clear as clean thought. He sets it near the door for the walk back. The taste belongs to the space between tasks. It is a cup of enough. The neighbor pulls on his mitts and lifts one crate end. They carry it to the sled and bed it under a square of old blanket. He presses straw into corners to keep bumps polite. The horse stirs and sets its weight to the traces in a way that says it knows how to pull without being asked. A line of frost along its cheek glows faintly. The boy rubs it away with the back of a mitten and leaves a small dark stroke like a brush mark on paper. Inside again, the last tiding becomes a kind of evening prayer. He wipes the funnel and tilts it to dry. He places the wooden paddle with its long handle precisely parallel to the bench's back edge. He straightens the row of corks in their bowl, not because they require it now, but because order carried overnight feels like rest. He turns the broom on its hook so bristles hang free and will not take a bend. He listens. The pan whispers a very small, even talk. The fire gives a low, steady purr that is more felt than heard. Sap has slowed outside. The buckets do not speak. The brook keeps its thread of sound. The roof shifts once as the last steam chooses the night. The room knows how to be quiet without being empty. He steps to the threshold and looks up. Stars shoot sharply where the cupola leaves a square of sky. Breath comes out as a pale cloud and drifts into that square, then disappears. Snow reflects a little light back to his face. He takes one slow look around the sugar house, the framed shadow of the arch, the bright row of tins, the sleeping tools on their pegs, the soft mound of the dog, the boy's cap hanging like a small moon from a nail, and finds no corner that asks for more from him. He pulls the door with 2 fingers. The latch finds its seat with the sound that belongs only to this door. He tests it once, as he always does, then lets his hand rest on the wood a moment, thanks in the language of palm and board. The boy does the same. Their shadows lie on the snow like short, steady brush strokes. The dog lifts its head, decides the world can wait, and lowers it again. The walk home is simple. The mud warms one hand. The yoke rides one shoulder with a friendly weight. The boy kicks a ridge of snow and laughs once under his breath. A barn light shows a square of gold ahead. Somewhere, a hinge in the village sighs. Somewhere, a cow turns in her stall and settles again. They enter the small sound web of night and take their place in it without changing its shape. Tomorrow will ask the same things. Sharpen the bit, set the spiles to listen, carry the pails, feed the arch, watch the pan's river, read the glass, read the ribbon, choose between syrup and sugar. Give a ladle to snow, write a neat line in pencil. And then, when the run slows and buds swell, pull the spiles, wash the buckets, stack the wood, sweep the floor, close the louvers, and let the maples make leaves as if sweetness were never a labor at all. For now the sugar house keeps a low, even warmth like a sleeping animal that trusts its den. The woods stand around it, dark and kind. The season shifts one small degree towards spring. Quiet as a hydrometer settling to its mark. Work has made a calm shape. Night holds it. Now these quiet rooms and steady hands can keep you company as you rest. Thank you for listening, and sweet dreams.